Right, are we ready? Sounds great. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and thank you for joining us. I now call the regular City Council meeting of April 4th, 2023 to order. The next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Moving down to item number 2 of the agenda is the land acknowledgement. I'll read our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. We are now on to item 3 of the agenda, which is roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
Noting for the record that City Manager Murray is absent this evening. Acting City Manager Chief Winecoop. City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, March 30th at 2 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to the council and staff, published on the agendas page of the city website, and made available at the back of the chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next item we have is the closed session. I'll read our closed session item, which is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are City Attorney Eric Casher, Human Resources Director Stacy Shell, Gregory Ramirez, IEDA, and the employee organizations include Pinole Police Employee Association, AFSCME, Local 1, and Local 512. I'll ask our city clerk if we have any public comments for this item this evening.
No, good evening, Mayor. There are no public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, in that case, we will now convene to a closed session, and we should return by 6 p.m. for the open session. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. We'll reconvene back to our city council meeting this evening. All right, we are now reconvened to the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council. And we do have a closed session report. Very simple. We do not have any reportable action this evening. So we'll continue on down to our agenda. And we'll actually be going to item number 8 before 6 and 7 this afternoon. We'll go straight to our recognitions, presentations, and community events. We do have one proclamation this evening, and we have 2 presentations. And this section, we're going to start off with our first presentation, which is the City of Pinole and Contra Costa Fire Protection Districts Transfer of Command Recognition Ceremony. So, good afternoon. Good evening.
Afternoon.
Please take it away.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, guests, and staff. Today is a very memorial day. We get to celebrate work that has been done by all of you for a long time. And today we're going to be doing what is called the Transfer of Command ceremony. The fire service is steeped in a lot of traditions. And one of them is when a fire chief is to transfer out or one is to come in, and or one agency are to take over the responsibility of another agency, you transfer that authority from one chief and to the other. And so today we get to celebrate what you, the City of Pinole and the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District have done, and the benefit of increasing fire services to your citizens. And so to start us off tonight, we're going to invite up your fire chief, Chief Wanker.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, council, guests, and members of the public. I simply want to say that it has been an honor and a privilege to have served the city and led the Pinole Fire Department over the last 3.5 years as your fire chief. I'm excited that the city has built upon its proud fire service tradition through this integration with Confire to provide an even more robust service model. In fact, the most robust fire service model ever provided to Pinole citizens by way of this relationship, and now under Chief Brochard's leadership. This is a proud moment for me, for Chief Brochard, for city, county, and labor leadership, and most importantly, for the citizens of Pinole. And I couldn't be happier than to transfer command of the Pinole Fire Department over to the capable hands of Chief Louis Brochard and the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite up, once again, Chief Wynkoop and Chief Richard to be able to do the transfer of the ceremonial axes. I would like to invite up Chief Louis Brochard for his final comments. You have to press no. Come on.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff, and all of our wonderful firefighters in the audience and the residents of Pinole. Last time I was here, it doesn't seem that long ago. I was thinking it was 6 months ago, but I think it was 7 months ago. And that was a historic night where we ratified the contract and approved the contract and really got things going. And this whole process has been very quick and very efficient. And that's a result of a lot of people's effort, both here tonight and elsewhere, but through the county's efforts, the fire district's efforts, Local 1230, our members in the city. This has been a very efficient process to get us here tonight, and very much looking forward to the future. As I said, a lot of people deserve the credit for making this a reality, and I'm honored to have played my part. I shared some thoughts with you and many more at Fire Station 74 during that reopening ceremony, so I'm going to keep my comments brief tonight. My thanks and congratulations to my friend and colleague, Chief Chris Wynkoop. Without you, frankly, none of this would have been possible. And I wish you all the best for a long and happy retirement. Through your service to our country and your service to the public, Chris, you've absolutely earned it. Congratulations. I am honored to lead an excellent fire district with amazing people doing incredible work every day to serve and protect the public in a variety of roles and responsibilities. Confire brings our collective experience, resources, and passion to serve here to the city of Pinole. We will work hard to build and maintain the trust of you and your city and serve you with the same level of distinction and professionalism that we do throughout our entire service area. Thank you for your trust in us and your support of our amazing members. We look forward to serving the city of Pinole with distinction, honor, and professionalism. Thank you.
So thanks again to Chief Wynkoop and Chief Brochard. That does conclude the transfer command ceremony, Mayor. I'm going to give it back to you, as I know you have some distinguished guests that would love to say a comment or two. So thank you for the hospitality and letting us be here tonight.
Absolutely. And thank you for being here, Deputy Chief Helmick. Thank you, of course, to our Chief Wynkoop for your incredible service, and Chief Brochard for your work over this last several years together. We look forward to a partnership that is stronger every day that we have it. So we do have distinguished guests this afternoon with us. The first is District Supervisor and Chair of our Board of Supervisors, John Joya. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. It was good to see you at our Board of Supervisors meeting today for our annual Cesar Chavez event and Youth Hall of Fame Awards. Thank you for coming. I wanted to say a few words and really acknowledge that this was a team effort with a lot of stars. And I think we can reflect that when we accomplish things like this, which really are for the benefit of the public, both from a medical and fire safety standpoint, that we sort of should step back and look at how it happened. And I want to start with the voters of Contra Costa County, including Pinole voters, who voted to tax themselves in a new sales tax in the middle of the pandemic to fund increased fire and emergency medical services. And that funding made it possible for us to have a partnership between Contra Costa County and the city of Pinole. And the individuals in place, and I think this was mentioned at the fire station opening, the individuals on the city council in Pinole, the individuals on our fire board and board of supervisors, the staff at the city of Pinole, the staff at the county, and of course, the staffs of the two fire districts. I do want to mention and call out two individuals. One is your fire chief, Wynkoop, because let me just say this, in my many years in public service, it's not often that somebody in a high-level position like a fire chief agrees to negotiate a new arrangement, a new partnership, which ultimately transitions them out of their job. Think about that for a second. The chief knew that this was the right thing to do in terms of the new contract arrangement, and it really provided leadership at the city that ultimately results in him no longer being the fire chief. And I think people should recognize his leadership in all of this. And also, former and now retired fire captain for Con Fire and president of Local 1230, Vince Wells, who for many years has advocated and talked about the greater partnerships and consolidations of fire agencies to achieve economies of scale and better service for residents. And his leadership throughout all of this has been vital. And of course, all of you and the elected officials at the city who understood that this partnership would be better for the community and providing the direction to do this, and your city staff who carried that out. And the same with our fire board and the Board of Supervisors. I've always believed that this type of cooperation results in ultimately better service. And that's what this is all about. That's what you're there for. That's what we're here for, is really to set aside our turf, our boundaries, and operate in the interest of the public and the residents. I think we've done that, and we can be proud of that. And we look forward to other partnerships between the city and the county. So thank you very much for being part of this, to everyone involved, and Chief Burchard, your hard work and leadership through all of this, both from Measure X to the helping with the negotiations of this transfer, and all of the firefighters we welcome from Pinole into Con Fire, and we're proud to have you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Joya, for being with us and for all of your work that you do for the entire county. And we are so lucky to have you as our representative here in Pinole. So again, thank you for all you do, and thanks for your words. You did mention a phenomenal gentleman who was a part of making this partnership happen, and he is a distinguished guest this evening. So we will, of course, welcome Mr. Vincent Wells, the United Firefighters of Local 1230 president, to the podium. Please say a few words. And yes, he deserves an applause.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since 2008, I've been at this podium, and a lot of times it's not as pleasant as it is today. So it is. I'm happy to be here and happy to have the opportunity to address this council. So first of all, I'd like to thank the two fire chiefs. It took them to be willing to sit down and get together to put a plan together that can actually make this day possible. And so I appreciate their work into doing that. I appreciate Supervisor Joya and your kind words and the work we did together. We did work a lot together on Measure X and assuring where some of this money was going to go. And this was a priority. So I want to thank you for that. And on behalf of the guys behind me, from both agencies, from Con Fire and Pinole, we've always been a brother and sisterhood, and we've always worked together on calls. I mean, that's in the fire service. There's, especially out on the west side, multiple fire agencies on the same event. So we work together. We wear different shirts, different t-shirts, but they pay differently. So it's just nice to start seeing us being able to equalize those opportunities and expand that. So on their behalf and behalf of Local 1230, we welcome you into Contra Costa Fire, and I wanted to specifically welcome my Pinole brothers into Con Fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, again, thank you everyone for your words this evening. Thank you for your words at our reactivation of Station 74 ceremony. And of course, thank you for your honest character and your work ethic. So many in our community and across Contra Costa County benefit because of several people in the back of this room. And I'm not talking about this back, I'm talking about that back. And so thank you again for your leadership and for being a part of this community. We are so, so grateful for you. I'm going to bring it to our council as this is a ceremony to give any thoughts. So I'll start with Council Member Martinez Rubin.
You've chosen a profession that calls for your attention, your positive demeanor, your boldness in light of anything and both planned and unexpected that may occur while you're on duty. In advance of all those risky occasions that you're going to enter, I wish you well, I wish you health, I wish you sanity, and I wish you a great sense of humor to keep in spite of all that you may encounter. The job that you have is not easy. And thank you for being there for us. You're the kind of personnel that I think on an individual level, at least I would say, we love you. I hope I don't have to call you anytime soon, right? But knowing that you can be there is great peace of mind. And I think residents of Pinole have been calling for that peace of mind for some time. And thank you to all who have helped fund this union or I'm stopping because a call came in. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sasai.
I'll keep it brief, but thank you all for being here. As President Wells had mentioned, this has been a conversation that's happened since you said 2008. And now it's 2023. I'm very glad to see this happen in front of us and history being made. And it was happening way before I was on council. So I'd like to thank all of you for your leadership. I know how much it took to fight for this partnership. And we're going to make sure that on the council, we fight for this partnership. So for many more years to come, we see this kept alive. So thank you all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Sure. I want to thank all of you. I want to first of all thank the voters of Contra Costa County for passing Measure X. I want to thank the county fire chiefs for coming up with a plan that was presented to the Measure X committee and those committee members who made the right recommendation to both the Board of Supervisors on the distribution of Measure X funds, and also thank the fire board at the county for approving their side of this project or this partnership. Guys in the back, you're still part of our community. You're just not part of the city. And we look forward to seeing you socially, not on the other end of a 911 call. But I think going forward, we have to make sure that we sustain this partnership. So we have to be vigilant in making sure that this remains a sustainable partnership. So again, thank you all.
Thank you. And Councillor Tate.
So I just want to say and echo my colleagues, thank you for everything that you do. I know the profession is not easy. There's sacrifices made and I want you to know that we're thankful for it. And the citizens of Pinole are thankful for your efforts. I just want to quickly say, you know, I know we've had a lot thrown at us over the years, but I think we're coming out of COVID with this agreement and the service model that I think is going to be great for Pinole citizens. We heard words today, you know, and when I wrote a few down that I think represent what Pinole Fire is, and with Confires help continue to be to Pinole. Words like resilient, you know, we mentioned, I think there was trust and honesty, professionalism, transparency, expertise, and leadership. Chief Weinkoop, a lot of that was, we knew the staff had that, but a lot of that was echoed and amplified by your leadership. So I want to say thank you. for your leadership through this and hearing us, and as well as hearing the team, hearing the representation from Vince to really kind of make this happen and show that spark to really lead us through this. So I just want to say thank you. I have full confidence that Con Fire will continue to be as good to Pinole citizens as the Pinole Fire Department was and still is. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and we look forward to seeing you around town. We look forward to growing this relationship and again, sustainable, and making sure that this stays with us. And I just have to say that there was a lot of work, and thank you to everybody. I mean, this from the citizens all the way up to the voters in the county altogether, making this a priority throughout. So I just want you guys to know that there was a lot of effort that went behind this. And this is almost like lining up all the stars and making this happen just on every level. And so which I think for me is one of those things I'm going to take with me after council and realize, like, wow, that was government working perfectly at one point. And we don't see a lot of that up here. But to watch it here in local was great and was amazing. So thank you again.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone again of the words that we talked about on that October night. We approved this contract, and we did talk about the values of resiliency, the values of integrity, the values of professionalism. So many folks in this room and outside of this room have been a part of this model, this strategic partnership. And it's so important that we model this for other governments, for other communities. Pinole, I always say, is a microcosm of this world. We have such a beautiful community, passionate community, a community willing to tax itself for the betterment of not only itself, but all communities across Contra Costa County. And so I just say, again, a thank you for your leadership, the courage that each and every one of you have, for your humility. Many of you are not mentioned by name. I'm okay with mentioning many of you because I feel so tied to, again, the approach that you all have done and the work you all have done. I'm thinking Corey, I'm thinking Stephen, two folks who I've seen in the city of Pinole who have done so much work to build, again, not just the emergency preparedness of our community, but the social aspect that centers around resiliency. And I want this to be an opportunity for us to catalyze what new change can be. As our council has spoken, this was one of the fastest ways of government working. As mayor, I get challenged often because I think sometimes government works slow for me. I don't come from government often, but I think the value of something like this is that we can see this working in all departments, right? Between our community development, our external affairs, our policing, we can see the change that must and can happen. And this was an example of that. As you leave here today, think about how we can grow this. I was serious when I said to Chief Rochard that this is a partnership that should be stronger in 10 years than it is today. We should model that. And I know that's going to take some hard conversations, some tough love conversations, but also conversations that I think will bring us far, far farther than we have been in the past. And so, again, I know sometimes even coming to the podium may sound difficult or maybe hard, but I encourage you all to continue to talk to us and let this partnership grow and succeed, because it will. And only through communication will it do that. So again, thank you so much. We honor you, Chief Winecoop. We honor your service to the city. You are a tremendous leader for all communities. And we have been so fortunate in my only 2 years being here, but beyond that, our community is so fortunate to have your leadership and for you to have set the tone right here, right now. And we will never, ever, ever forget your tremendous leadership in the city. And I'm so grateful for you. I think we probably have also a couple other public commenters. This is a public meeting, so we will have some words, hopefully of encouragement, but they are comments. So Deputy City Clerk Stone, please, if you will.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, council members. I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So Chief Wine Group, your team has done an extraordinary good job. Seeing y'all putting yourselves on the line for to put out fires, I was like, wow, this is very impressive. So, and I said to myself, Chief Wine Group, you're not going nowhere. You're going to stick around. So I admire you and your team. So you do a lot of good things for the city of Pinole. And I wish I was there in person to applaud you, but I can do it remotely. So that's it.
Irma Report.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Mayor, I just want to say that I want to thank everybody involved who had something to do with Fire Station 74 and this partnership. First of all, I'd like to thank our Fire Chief Weinkoop, who is a genius in putting all this together and making it happen too, and our Supervisor Joya for Measure X. And I just want to say that I've been through every meeting and every workshop. I got to know Vince Wells very well, and he never gave up. And the person next to him at every meeting was Rich Boise. I can't give them enough credit. Vince, you were terrific, never gave up. You had the will to continue because your pride and your love for the career that you had for the firefighters in Pinole was there. And I just want to totally thank all the residents and people that voted for Measure X. This is the best thing that ever happened to Pinole. And Mayor, I just want to say that if anything we can do today is remember Ramos, one of our firefighters, and Rich Boise. And also, if we could give a key to Vince Wells and our fire chief, because a key to the city, they were awesome. And remember the other firefighters that are not here, but they had a lot to do with Station 74. I went to almost every meeting, left frustrated and upset. But Vince, you did it. You never gave up. Thank you for doing such great work and just standing up for what you believe in. And I hope a lot of us can gain from that and never give up. Please continue being a part of the city of Pinole that you have been. And thank you all very much for all that you do. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Right. And do we have any other comments in person? All right. Well, again, thank you to Chief Brochard, Deputy Chief Helmick, and of course, Chief Weinkoop for this wonderful ceremony. Thank you to all the gentlemen and folks who came in the public. It is, again, a celebratory moment for us, and that moment doesn't have to end tonight. Let's continue to celebrate. Let's continue to grow together. And again, I know some folks are still working, so I will allow you all a wonderful depart this evening. And if you are so kind, we would love to make sure we know and we see your faces. So as you exit, please step this way towards the podium and walk around so that we can actually see who the phenomenal gentlemen and people in the room are. And again, thank you so much for this honor to be your mayor, and let's continue our partnership together.
Mayor, did you? A group photo?
Thank you. And Deputy City Clerk Stone?
I was just saying, did you want a group photo?
We would love one. Yes. If you all would like to take a group photo as well, we'd love to take a photo with you at the podium. That does mean you have to walk the walk again. But we'd love to take a photo and our staff are going to take it for us. So please, if you would be so kind to join us at the podium. And council again, sorry, I'm hearing a little bit of tech. Council also join us at the podium. Thank you. Is it working? Oh, yes, it is. There it is. All righty. In the spirit of celebration, we are going to continue and we'll have our fire chief and acting city manager, Chief Weinkoop, join us at the podium this evening. Great. So the next item is also a presentation, and we will go to our Easter egg hunt video presentation of our annual City of Pinole extravaganza. And I think we have Director Rogers, as well as our Cable Access Coordinator, Dave Snell, who will be queuing up our video this evening. Good evening, Director Rogers.
Mayor and Council, my name is Jeremy Rogers. I'm your Community Services Director, and that's a hard act to follow. That's a very neat. Congratulations to Chief Weinkoop and the Confire. So a couple Saturdays ago, we had our annual extravaganza. It was a wonderful event. We had more people than we anticipated for. It was beautiful weather. It was absolutely perfect. Our staff at PCTV, both Dave and Eric, put together a video that they'd like to show for you today. So I will turn it over to them.
Thank you for watching PCTV.
I also want to thank, we had a special guest cameraman there for that day. So I want to thank Mayor Murphy for stepping in and run the camera for us. And thank you for all that attended and made it such a wonderful event.
Thank you, Director Rogers. That was a wonderful presentation. And I think we probably need to hire some aid because I don't know if I did the work as well as your team, but thank you again. That was great. I'll go to our public comment to see if there's any comments on this presentation.
Yes, Mayor, we have Cordell Hindler.
Great.
Sam?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, council. I am Cordell Handler Richmond. So I do want to thank Director Rogers and Dave Snell for this video. I was like, it just makes me happy to see kids, collecting so many Easter eggs. I was like, whoa, the kids really did have a great time. And I was like, and the weather came out perfectly. So I'm glad that the kids had a great time. And I was like, it just makes me smile. But the one thing I like about it is like, all the different vendors came out and, provide resources to the residents. And I was like, even the face painting, I was very impressed because I was like looking at the artist did the painting of a horse on a little girl. I was like, wow. And I think that was kind of cool. And I said, and I was like, okay, that is, it's great that that the kids came out for this event. It's wonderful. So I will say my comments when we get to the pride item. I'll save my comments for that. So it was a great video, and hopefully next year it's gonna be bigger and better than ever. So that's it.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. Do council members have any comments on this item? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I attended with grandchildren, and it was a really, really well-run, well-planned event. Thank you, Director Rogers and your staff for pulling it off, and also police department staff that helped run it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members want to speak to this item? All right. And again, congratulations. Thank you for the presentation. And that was a wonderful, wonderful event to be at. And looking forward to next year because, of course, there's always going to be more kids who want Easter eggs. So thank you again. That was a great presentation. Council will move on to the next item, which is, or the next, excuse me, we'll move on to item 8A, which is our National Pet Day proclamation. And we will all read our proclamation this afternoon. I'll start us off. This proclamation is for National Pet Day, April 11th, 2023. Whereas pets are one of the most important parts of our lives and families, and
Whereas pets enrich our lives and homes and make everyday life brighter and happier, and
whereas National Pet Day is a day set aside time to reflect on how those furry, feathered, scaled, and other animal friends impact our lives. And it should also be a day to think about what we can do to help our animal companions live a fuller, richer, and happier life. And
Whereas National Pet Day can be also a great reminder that as much as we love our animals, there are still many out there that need our help. And whereas on this day, we can make a pledge to donate to shelters and organizations that do so much incredible work on behalf of these animals. And
Whereas many animal organizations can use volunteers to help them with their mission, and National Pet Day is a great time to consider your time to awesome causes. And whereas helping other animals in similar situations might be the perfect way to honor your pets on National Pet Day.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim April 11th, 2023 as National Pet Day. I encourage all Pinole residents to observe this day with appropriate activities and to support local animal shelters and rescues. Happy National Pet Day. Any comments from the public on this item?
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes.
So good evening, again, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Henley, and I'm a Richmond resident. So National Pet Day. I think having a pet is a wonderful opportunity because it helps, like brings you because whenever you see a puppy or a cat, it always makes you smile. So aren't you glad that you have a pet in your life? So personally, I had a pet when I was younger, and I said, I treasure my pet every time. And it's like, it's amazing. Pets bring so much to people's lives. Whenever they're feeling down and sad, a pet always, picks them back up. So I think pets are the most wonderful creatures on this earth. So hopefully everyone will take care of their dog, cat, or fish. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a telephone caller. Last four numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident taxpayer of the city of Pinole. And I'd like to echo the words of the past caller and the city council with regard to National Pet Day. That being said, I wanted to ask two questions. The first one might be easier. Can you tell me and bring us up to date with regard to our animal shelters for our pets? What is the current status update on the old Pinole Animal Shelter property on San Pablo Avenue? Because we haven't heard boo from the county or the city or the animal shelter people on the progress or the new owners that were supposed to be getting that property to and what we're going to use that property for in replacing the animal shelter which we lost. And I've talked to several people with the services we've been getting from the animal shelter. They haven't been too good recently since they've left Pinole. Case in point, we called them a few times for some dogs, talking to people at the dog park that were strayed. And we called them once for a deer carcass that was hanging on the side of the sidewalk there by the dog park, and nobody came out. We called the city for that. Nobody came out to remove it. And now the coyotes have just turned it to rubble in the bushes, and the bones are still hanging there. If anyone wants a personal tour, I'll be happy to show them where the deer carcass is that the animal shelter and the city of Pinole dropped the ball on after two separate calls that week. And also, that being said, aside from the update on that property, can you give us an update on the dog park situation? Because it's pretty bad, dire straight shape right now, and it's in need of some work, you know, and it's just totally like eroded with the different rains and been weathered. There's holes on the bottoms of the fences. There are big mud puddles. There are big branches and trees on the inside of the large dog park. There's overgrown trees and bushes in the small dog park. And the dog's bathroom is still out of order. Excuse me, the ladies' bathroom is still out of order. And what's the story on that for the
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, not seeing any. Are there any comments from council about this item, National Pet Day? All right, thank you so much. We will move on to our agenda, and thank you for members of the public for waiting so patiently as we went through our proclamations and presentations, an effort to support our firefighters who are working this evening. And we will continue on with the agenda by going back to item number 6 and go to citizens to be heard. Again, this is for this is our first citizens to be heard portion. And for citizens, please speak on any item not listed on this evening's agenda. And of course, we do have a time limit of 3 minutes. And I'll go to our Deputy City Clerk or City Clerk Bell for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 in-person commenters, Teresa Teller and Rafael Menes. Please take the podium. Thank you.
Greetings to the Pinole City Council. My name is Teresa San Luis Teller, and I'm a blessed pastor's wife to Nick Teller at Our Savior Lutheran Church and a proud mother of twin girls, Laura Maria and Mary Elizabeth. I am a self-described stigma-fighting role model for people with mental illness. I am also a composer and musician and have worked full-time in nursing homes and recreation. In 1999, while a sophomore at the University of Notre Dame, I was diagnosed by the university psychiatrist with schizoaffective thoughts disorder and admitted myself into a behavioral medicine ward nearby because I had psychosis. 3 additional hospitalizations later, I'm going strong ever since I promoted my anti-stigma message, speaking once before 100 at a university and receiving a standing ovation for my program. Back when I lived in the Midwest, I partnered with the National Alliance on Mental Illness Southwestern Illinois to present for hundreds of students, faculty, and physicians. I want to request support of my Tuning Out Stigma presentation, where I play my original music between talking about my dark days, acceptance, treatment, coping skills, and successes, hopes, and dreams. I'd like to do this at my husband's church if possible, as I believe that many in my church would attend. I want to grow my audience through my movement with the help of the city of Pinole. I'm a volunteer speaker and would be thrilled to have your support as the Pinole City Council will make May's Mental Health Awareness Month a proclamation, along with September Suicide Prevention Awareness Month on May 16th. I hope to present toward the latter part of May at Our Savior Lutheran Church. Currently, I'm co-authoring a book with an Emmy Award-winning news journalist about my life, coping with mental illness, titled "My Brain Makes Me Proud," is a story of my life. I have 4 college degrees and 1 master's in public administration, where I earned a 4.0 GPA. My story has been portrayed on St. Louis TV news programs 4 times with radio and podcast interviews as well. Please allow me to share my story about my brain. Please note that according to the National NAMI website, 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness each year. Also, suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14. Let's get this message out to the citizens of Pinole. Being diagnosed with mental illness is not a death sentence. Recovery is a real possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if the next time you meet, I have a video of when I was on television that lasts about 3 minutes, so that it could be considered to be promoted the event of Tuning Out Stigma at my husband's church.
Thank you. We'll invite you to fill out a yellow card and we'll circle back with you about that request.
Thank you so very
Thank
much.
you. Do we have any other public comments?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I am a resident of Pinole. And tonight I would like to say that I'm delighted to inform you that Pinole is at the 7th highest COVID spread rate of the county, rather than 6th. And we're finally below 100 cases per 100,000 over the past 14 days. We're at 93.4. So well, I'd like us to be below 50 before I don't need to wear a mask indoors. It'd be nice to not need to wear a mask outside. We're making progress. Hopefully, in the near future, we can get to the same level as San Ramon. They've made it all the way down to 44.2. Or for that matter, Brentwood, a city that's had a case count almost as many as that's total size of Pinole's population. But currently, they've got a case rate per 100,000 of just 32.7. So we're making progress. Let's keep it up. And secondly, I'd like to request that, and this is a more unfortunate thing to note, but the council adjourned tonight in the memory of Joni Shattuck, who is no longer with us. I know that she would have loved to have been here for tonight's ceremony of command, that she cared a great deal about reopening Fire Station 74 and about volunteering and being part of the community. I was honored to call her my friend, though I didn't know her as well as many of you do, and that's my loss. But I'm sure that many in the community remember and wish to honor her and would appreciate her being recognized in the adjournment of tonight's meeting. So I'd just like to request that as the end of my citizens to be heard comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we have Irma Report online.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Today, the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors honored founder of United Farm Workers, Cesar E. Chavez, in a celebration recognizing his commitment to social justice and respect for human dignity. The theme for this year's celebration is hope and healing. The festival featured keynote speaker Genoveva Garcia Callaway, community leader, former city of San Pablo mayor, and behavioral health professional who shared her perspective on Cesar E. Chavez's legacy. Governor Newsom today issued a proclamation declaring March 31st, 2023, Cesar Chavez Day in the state of California. He said throughout his life of work and service, Cesar Chavez empowered thousands to stand together for their rights and led our nation towards a more equitable and just society. Let us carry on this timeless legacy by lifting up our neighbors, speaking out against injustice, and working together to extend the dream of prosperity, equity, and progress to all. President Biden also proclaimed March 31st, 2023 as Cesar Chavez Day. He said, I call upon all Americans to observe this day as a day of service and learning with appropriate service, community, and education programs to honor Cesar E. Chavez's enduring legacy. Cesar Chavez Day is a celebration of an American hero. Let us be united in our efforts and stand up for the dignity and rights of all workers. Mayor, on behalf of all union, non-union workers, let us strive for a better future and life. Let us not forget these leaders who gave up their lives for us and not give up. His famous quote was, "Si se puede," which means, yes, I can. Let's always remember that and never give up. Mayor, could you please adjourn the meeting this evening on behalf of one of our heroes who fought for our rights of every worker, using nonviolence to fight for justice. Cesar E. Chavez. Thank you, Mayor, and I hope we can do that this evening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you all again for your patience as we held the ceremony this evening, as well as for your public comments. We will be adjourning tonight in addition to Amber Swartz in remembrance of Joni Shattuck, as well as Cesar Chavez. So thank you for those additions. That being said, we'll close off the first section of public comment this evening, and we'll go to item number 7, which is reports and communications. I will begin with the mayor's report. As was mentioned a few times this evening, I attended the county's Cesar Chavez Day celebration, which also included a celebration of countywide Youth of Hall of Fame. It was an incredibly inspiring and quite exciting event as the Board of Supervisors, as well as the Contra Costa community, joined together to really celebrate young people in remembrance of Cesar Chavez and all of the work that he did to organize workers as well as communities around social justice. Youth recipients today received awards for their perseverance, their excellence, their good Samaritanship. And it was, again, a wonderful and inspiring celebration for all. And I would encourage folks to attend next year. This is an annual event, and there's, again, an added benefit to nominating a youth who you may see as holding incredible perseverance, excellence, or good Samaritanship. And I thank, again, the County Board of Supervisors and all of the county staff who are a part of those efforts to make that happen. Last week, we held our first finance subcommittee meeting of the year, and we did receive a report back on our city's financial policies. 2 items of interest, both to the public as well as to the committee, included next steps around building a policy for the Section 115 trust, as well as implementing cross-departmental training for all of our city financial policies. Currently, we don't hold a cross-department training for our financial policies for all departments. And so that was of interest to the committee. And of course, council, this item will be coming to us in a future council meeting. So just wanted to give a report back about that and encourage the residents who did not watch that to check that out on Pinole Television or our website. And that was our March 29th Finance Subcommittee meeting. I want to thank all of the council as well as our city staff, including Community Development Director Lily Whalen and our Assistant City Attorney Alex Mogg for their wonderful presentations at our first joint City Council and Planning Commission meeting of the year that happened last month. This included topics from new housing laws that impacts our city of Pinole, as well as a report back about some of the big projects that are happening across our city. Oftentimes as mayor, I get a bunch of questions about what's happening in our city, why is there construction? And I think many of us as council members probably do receive that. So I just wanted to note that that was a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the City Council that we held for the first time this year. And I would encourage the public to review the video of the meeting to hear about some of those projects, how we made those happen, but also the status report about what those projects, how those projects are going and how they're making our city more beautiful and connected. This past weekend, I was invited to and attended the opening of the new Rotor Care facility in San Pablo, California. For those who don't know, this is the 10th anniversary of Rotor Care, which is a program that serves all West County residents. Rotor Care is a project of Rotary clubs across the region, including ours right here in Pinole. And again, Rotor Care provides medical care, including urgent care, for uninsured and low-income residents in West Contra Costa County. I want to again send a huge congratulations to the city of San Pablo, as well as the Rotary clubs across the region who are a part of making this possible, as well as Lifelong, which is another partner in terms of making this possible. So again, this is a beautiful resource for our community in Pinole. While it's in San Pablo, there are clients who benefit from Medicare and urgent care services from Rotor Care. So it was a wonderful celebration, a 10th anniversary, but also having that new facility does a lot for their service model. So wonderful to be there this past weekend. The next thing I wanted to invite the public to, especially those who are looking for a meaningful new volunteer opportunity, is with CASA. CASA is the court-appointed special advocates for children of Contra Costa County. They are seeking current or retired teachers, paraeducators, and tutors to work with local children and youth in foster care. CASA tutors provide high quality, consistent, and accessible educational support using volunteers trained specifically in trauma-informed practices. If you are interested in getting involved in this, they would love your volunteerism. Please email volunteer@cccocasa.org, or you can call 925-256-7284. And that's extension 7 to learn more about the program and their upcoming training opportunities. The next update I have is just to encourage the public to continue to give us your feedback around what you'd like to see in the Pinole Community Corner at the corner of Tenet Avenue and San Pablo Avenue. It's pretty easy to give feedback. Just go to PinoleCommunityCorner.com. And our community development department is waiting for your feedback about what we can make out of that land there. And again, PinoleCommunityCorner.com is the place to go to give us your feedback, but I'm sure you can also email a council member, including your mayor here, and let us know. But again, thank you so much for our community development department for setting that up. And we encourage again and are excited to hear about the report back from our residents about what you want and how you see that space being. On the MCE clean energy front, I wanted to speak to some of the work that we're doing to really encourage small businesses to get the benefits of being a part of MCE, as well as building partnerships with MCE. Yearly, we are hosting annual workshops to help businesses become certified through the California Public Utilities Commission Supplier Clearinghouse. We engage with diverse Chamber of Commerces, including the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce and community-based organizations across our serving area. We are offering also a portfolio of capacity building programs for small and local businesses. We encourage submissions from diverse suppliers to MCE's competitive solicitations. And of course, lastly, we educate and support our existing vendors to get various certifications. If you have a small business out there, especially those who are doing who have small businesses in Pinole, please reach out to me or reach out directly to our MCE Clean Energy team by going to the website. We would love to get you on that supplier list and help you enhance your business. And again, we have all of these models of services really to, again, engage folks in making cleaner decisions. As it is Earth Month, we want to make sure small businesses have an opportunity, again, to grow your revenue, but also become a partner of MCE. And so I wanted to amplify that in case any folks watching or friends of folks watching know that they have businesses and they'd like to engage there. And last but not least, I wanted just to give a report back. A couple meetings ago, I talked about some enhancements going on with our Pinole Library. As I mentioned, Contra Costa County, the county librarian, is investing up to $3 million in various programs, as well as infrastructure improvements to the Pinole Library to address the majority of its deferred maintenance issues. This $3 million will be some of the things that are going to be paid for with this money or these funds include having a new roof at Pinole Library, a new HVAC system, new exterior paint, an upgraded electrical service, as well as installing interior LED lighting controls. Again, the funds from this, which is about $3 million, come from a combination of grant funds applied for and received from the California State Library, as well as the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and you guessed it, Measure X sales tax. So again, we're seeing Measure X really benefit our community, not just in fire services, but also now in our library services. We are really excited about these deferred maintenance projects. And most of these projects will be completed by mid-2024, but the work starts now. We are now meeting and making sure that we, again, communicate out this information to the public. And we also encourage the public to let us know how you think this library and our library should be improved. Once the work is completed, we will move forward a conversation to turn over that title that the county currently has and the ownership and to the full responsibility of the city of Pinole. Again, we encourage residents to give us your feedback now about how and what you see out of the Pinole Library. And in the meantime, myself, City Manager Murray, as well as Supervisor Joya and the Contra Costa County Librarian will be in conversations of moving these conversations forward. But I did want to give that report back because I've been asked a couple of times, and I think it's always just helpful to do to get that, and hopefully folks will share that information out. So again, that does conclude my mayor's report for this evening. Great. So next we'll go to item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We have no council appointments this evening, so we will go to 7C, which is city council committee reports and communications. I'll start with our Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Good evening. Thank you. You covered a number of things that I was going to cover. So the only additional first thing is that tomorrow I will be attending via Zoom the wildfire prevention MOU discussion, and that's where we're working with our neighboring jurisdictions and fire agencies on coming up with a memorandum of understanding for prevention, wildfire prevention. So that's happening. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight for kids, and that is our Pinole Police Department is sponsoring a bike rodeo at St. Joseph's School grounds this Saturday from 10 to noon. They go over bike safety issues that are really important. You know, as our kids grow, they're going to be using, you know, the streets, using their bikes. So it's a really good event. So again, that's Saturday, 10 a.m. And then I would just also urge the community to check the city's website for different Earth Month events that are coming up, including a plant sale, native plants this Saturday, and a number of other items. So lots of information there. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilor Sasai.
Thank you. On March 24, I was happy to join the WICTAC board meeting. And there we discussed the sub-regional transportation mitigation fee program, the travel training program, draft changes to the joint powers agreement. And we received a presentation from MTC on the transit agency fiscal cliff, which is still a really important issue that impacts our community and lots of communities around California. So I was very glad to mention at that meeting that Mayor Murphy and the council had requested a future agenda item for a resolution and letter to state legislators on transportation equity and funding. And after mentioning this to the board, I personally got a few requests from local legislators who want to bring forward a similar resolution to their councils. So I want to thank our council for bringing that to future agenda, as well as Mr. Menace for bringing that forward as a recommendation. And then lastly, I also want to say I was participating in the Easter egg hunt, dropped by and was very pleased with the turnout. Reminding me sort of last year's event, National Night Out, and that attendance was so great to see, and to see it play back in the video made me so happy to see all the kids enjoying our community events. So thank you, Director Rogers, our city staff for organizing that.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Several of us attended the East Bay, Cal City's East Bay Division meeting in Walnut Creek. We met there. It's an opportunity, or was an opportunity, for electeds to get together and hear from some of the assembly persons and senators who attended as well. We got to hear priorities of Senator Steve Glazer, as well as Assembly Member Alex Lee and Liz Ortega. They reiterated the kinds of priorities that affect all of the cities throughout East Bay, as well as the Bay Area, including housing, homelessness, public safety, transportation issues. Hopefully, we all become more greatly informed through the activities of Cal Cities and our participation in the policy committees, as is next week, the April 12th to the 14th will be the Legislative Day, Advocacy Day in Sacramento. I'll be attending. I'm not certain whether any of you will be as well, but I will be there. And this year, there will be a joint session between representatives of the county Association of Governments, as well as cities, to discuss how to prevent and address homelessness. So we may foresee more discussion about that at the local level. And we'll let you know what I learned from that. On the 25th, when some of the children were collecting Easter eggs, there were teenagers and adults collecting water samples to test the health of our Pinole Creek. Thank you to the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, as well as the Watershed Project, who were there to offer a demonstration to us who participated in that event, as well as helped clean up the creek with the great assistance of Earth Team from Pinole Valley High School. I was happy to join them there, and as well learned that on that particular Saturday, our Pinole Creek measured fairly well in terms of its cleanliness. Just a little bit of turbidity, I think, is the term, because of the silt and all that has been, the erosion that has been created given the recent storms, but otherwise we're doing okay. For more information on the health of the Pinole Creek, anyone can visit the watershedproject.org website and see their reports of periodic monitoring of the creeks throughout Contra Costa County. Thank you. Happy, before I leave, happy Easter to those of you who celebrate Easter, as well as happy Passover and other events happening this weekend for the various ways that people worship in the city of Pinole.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wasn't able to make the Planning Commission meeting, the joint meeting. Ronan Lee Tave turned 10 years old on March 28th, 2023. And so we were celebrating his birthday, but I did get a chance to watch the meeting. I agree, great presentations. I think we have a lot more to talk about, in the coming months. So I'm looking forward to those conversations. On March 23rd, I was invited by UA Local 159, the plumbers and pipe fitters, and local IBW 302. That's the electrical union to tour their training facility and have a presentation on just the training that everybody goes through. We heard some testimonials from some of the apprentices going through their program to get to a journey level. I wanted to share some of the conversation that we had. The candidates or apprentices were very happy to be in the program. We're making a good living. One mentioned that they were able to buy a house through this program and to start their career in electrical work. There was a question that I had with the group was what challenges, what barriers were there? Some of the things that came up were housing, transportation. So I just wanted to let the council know that the discussions we're having on those state level, local level are definitely applicable to some of the people that are trying to get their career off the ground, and how we handle that and engage the community as to solving some of that is really important. So I'm glad that we're having those conversations. The other thing I wanted to mention was I was able to so this week I was driving over towards Terra Hills and in other parts of Pinole, just dropping the kids off, soccer. My wife had a meeting, so we were kind of going around. But I noticed a few potholes that were just really like gonna damage your car. I mean, it was really bad. And I know that we've had a lot of rain and those calls are gonna start coming in. So I just want to encourage, I sent the pictures to our city engineer. Sanjay, I just want to publicly apologize. I didn't mean to hit send at 5:15 in the morning. I wrote it just so that it comes to the top of my text, but I apologize for that. I know that might have woke you up, but I just wanted to say that in the open because that was brutal. And I felt really bad about it. But I got that email around that time, but luckily I'm up. So I know it's a concern that's going to be coming up. We're going to be hearing from our community. So it's just trying to establish what the protocol is. And I just want to say for the record, I just want to encourage everybody to look out for these potholes. They will, if bad enough, they will damage the cars. So it's real helpful for staff to get kind of the location of where they might be. And to please email the Public Works Department at publicworks@ci.pinole.ca.us. Please take a picture if you do that via phone, because I think that really helps the engineering and maintenance staff on how to handle that situation. You could also call 510-724-9010 so we could try to at least get these reported and figure out how we could package that and maintain it, package those into projects and get solutions out there. The potholes I did run across were on Kittery, Quinnen, and Terra Hills that were pretty significant. And Sanjay did mention that there would be some solutions as far as cold patch goes and getting some of those taken care of. So again, for the March 23rd thing, I just want to thank Rachel Shoemake and Nick Goodwin for the invite. I encourage you guys to reach out to them and hear more as we have further conversations on engaging, the whole PLA thing that it's going to be coming back to council. And that's pretty much, I have more, but I think that in the interest of time, we'll keep going with the meeting. But I just want to say thanks to everybody and looking forward to the rest of the year.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Tave. And there is always more. Before we go to 7D, I'm going to go back to 7A, my mayor's reports. I did skip, and thank you, Mr. Snell, for reminding me. This month, as you all know, as part of our communications and public engagement plan, we are facilitating monthly mayor updates via Pinole Television, as well as the website, which they're now on. And this month, we have our April mayor's video update queued up. So I will take it to Pinole Television to press play. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Devin T. Murphy, mayor of this vibrant city, Pinole. Spring is upon us, and last month we had tons of fun with an annual City of Pinole tradition, the Easter egg hunt extravaganza. Children of all ages came out to hunt for eggs and dozens were found. That was an action-packed day for everyone, including the Friends of the Pinole Creek watershed, who have cleaned up hundreds of pounds of trash from the Pinole Creek. While the kids gathered eggs, another part of the community was gathering trash to beautify our town and ensure a clean environment for all creatures, big and small, in and around Pinole. If you are interested in organizing a community cleanup in your neighborhood, let us know. The City of Pinole can support your cleanup by providing supplies and disposal methods. This month, we will be celebrating Earth Day with many different ways that you can get involved and learn how you can be a better steward for the earth. I hope that you will join us for the main event on Saturday, April 22nd. The Pinole Earth Walk will start in Fernandez Park and follow a paved path that loops along the Bay Trail and ends back in Fernandez Park. Following the walk, there will be snacks, refreshments, and activities. Visit the Earth Day page on the website for more information. There's lots going on at City Hall. In case you didn't know, the Capital Improvement Plan, also referred to as the CIP, is a multi-year plan that identifies the city's capital improvement needs and establishes a schedule and budget to address them over a 5-year period. It is a blueprint for building and funding city infrastructure that is planned to be improved by design, purchase, construction, or maintenance of public spaces. Some of the projects from the CIP have already been completed or are underway. For example, the playground at Pinole Valley Park got a new rubberized surface installed, which was funded through Measure S 2014 and park grants. I'm excited to tell you that our pedestrian improvements project at Tennant Avenue near the railroad crossing was approved to receive funding from OBAG, the One Bay Area grant, for over $1 million. Here's some background information. The East Bay Regional Parks District has been building segments of San Francisco Bay Trail along the eastern shore of San Francisco Bay. Segments have been completed from Pinole Shores Regional Shoreline in Bayview to Bayfront Park in Pinole, and from Pinole Valley Creek to Hercules and beyond. There's a small gap in the Bay Trail from Bayfront Park to Pinole Creek. The pedestrian improvements project will close that gap by adding bicycle and pedestrian improvements in that area, allowing for continuous, safe movement. As a result of your feedback and involvement, which contributed to the development of our local road safety plan, many of our CIP projects will address traffic safety and pedestrian safety. Over the next 5 years, you can expect to see improvements made at Apian Way and Marlessa Road, as well as along Tennant Avenue, right here by City Hall. I just can't emphasize enough how important safety is here in the city of Pinole. Recently, the city awarded a design contract for the sanitary sewer rehabilitation work. Once the design is complete, construction will begin. This is a larger capital project budgeted at $1.5 million in design and repairs for this year, which will cause temporary traffic inconvenience as there will be open trenches in the roads near Pinion, Orleans, and Tennant Avenue. While it's not the most glamorous project, it is a crucially important one to achieve regulatory compliance and support growth here in Pinole. We thank you in advance for your patience during construction. As your mayor, I plan on keeping you updated on the Beat of Pinole each month. You can follow our progress on social media and the city's website. Thank you for watching.
And as always, I just want to give a major shout out to Pinole Community Television, as well as our assistant to city manager, Fiona Epps, for always making those possible. It does take a lot of work, and while I'm on film, there's a lot more work that happens outside of the film. And I thank you all for your partnership on that. And that being said, I'll go to Councilor Tave.
forgot one more important thing. I know what I was gonna say. Effective March 29th, the $2 surcharge for excessive water use got pulled back per the governor's. So I'm just going off the East Bay Mud's press release on the 29th. So the 10% mandatory conservation went to 10% voluntary now. And that $2 surcharge for every, I think it's 748 gallons in excess, is going away as well. So California's drought went from stage 2 to down to stage 1, which is a good thing as our reservoirs fill up, and basically we're setting records in the snowpack. So just want to let everyone know that that drought was scary last year and kind of swung back pretty hard this year. So just wanted to let everybody know you should be getting a letter mentioning that that $2 surcharge is going away, at least for now. So thanks. I just wanted to make sure I threw that out there for everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I know the reports for this evening took some time, so I'll just go to our City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone to ask for public comments on items 7A through C before we go to item 7.
Yes, we have Cordell Handler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So I had some comments that I was gonna say for 7D, so I can wait till that comes up.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments for items 7A through C?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to item 7D, council requests for future agenda items. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, I'd like us to do a letter opposing SB 423. And we did get a request from Cal Cities on this, and this relates to housing and having where jurisdictions would have to approve certain housing without public input.
All right, is there consensus on this item? Any objections to this being an item? Well, it's a motion, so I'll second and City Clerk Bell will call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, any other?
No other items.
All right, Councilor Tave.
Yes, I'd like to request a closed session item to discuss the city manager's performance evaluation to a date sometime in May or one of the meetings in May.
Okay, I'll second. Is there any other object? Oh, we'll actually just do a roll call vote for these motions. City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other items, Councilor Tave?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. I'd like us to consider the staff prepare a resolution to oppose state initiative 21-0042A1. It restricts voters' input and local taxing authority. It is being sponsored by the California Business Roundtable and will appear on the 2024 ballot.
All right.
Yes.
All right, I'll take that as a second. City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin, any other future agenda items you'd like to motion for?
Thank you. This came out of our joint planning commission meeting and council meeting. I made note, and actually it was you, Mayor Murphy, who spoke about this, and maybe you have better verbiage about this. My notes read, to consider a process to notify residents regarding projects that are given only ministerial approval. So increasingly, we have had residential construction projects, and we have heard from the public that they are not readily informed about those. And as I understand, they don't have to be because they're private projects. So the agenda topic would be that staff prepare a report for us to consider a process that would have private projects notifying residents about their plans. So projects that currently only receive ministerial approval.
Sure, I'll second that. City Clerk, is everybody clear about gotcha. City Clerk Bell?
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Counselor Martinez Rubin, any other items for future?
Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you, Counselor Sasai.
Thank you. I would like to request a future agenda item for staff to draft a letter on behalf of our council to the U.S. Department of Transportation in support of funding for East Bay Regional Parks Bay Trail expansion to Point Pinole.
All right, I'll second that. Any questions about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell.
Councilmembers Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Counselor Sasai, any other future agenda items you'd like
Yeah.
to motion?
Yes, one more. I'd like to request a future agenda item for a letter of support for Assembly Bill 1, which would allow employees of the California State Legislature to unionize and negotiate over their pay, benefits, and working conditions.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any questions about the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmembers Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, and Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. Counselor Sasai, any other future agenda items you'd like to motion for?
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just have two this evening. One, I'd like to move for for council to consider a resolution to work with the County Board of Education to build workforce housing. And as an addendum, this was a ask out of our county board director who actually asked us to work with her on this. So I would love for council to consider that as a future agenda item.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions about the motion?
Just a question, you're looking for a letter of support or because I think we have, don't we have actions in the housing element that already have us working?
Yeah, there was a particular resolution that they, in which would include a letter of support that would
Okay.
be included in that.
All right, thank you.
City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Councilmembers Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And my second item is for an additional proclamation. A member of the public reached out to Counselor Sasai and I for Philippines Independence Day. And so I would like to add that to a future. Okay, wonderful. And just to clarify, I see motions, but just if City Clerk Bell, you can say it out loud.
Yes, we already have that on our annual list and it's already on our upcoming agenda list as well.
Great, thank you so much. So we don't need that as a motion. It's already been approved. Wonderful. So any other items from the council? All right, City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Cordell Hindler. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm here. Can
Go ahead, Mr. Hindler.
you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. My name is Pinole and I'm a Richmond resident. So I have two items for your consideration to be placed on the May 16th agenda. Number one is to receive a presentation from Danny Wan in regarding the plans that the Port of Oakland has as it's recovering from the pandemic, because this is very important. Number two is to invite Lisa McIntosh to provide a presentation on the proposed water rates that East Bay Mud will be implementing, because I just got a letter from them a couple of months ago, and they're gonna raise our rate for water. So this not only affects Richmond, but other parts of West County. So I would hopefully that my items will be placed on the May 16th agenda. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments on 7D?
Yes, we have a telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to request a future agenda item for the city council that would involve public health and safety and the Pinole Police Department and the citizens and their families and their children of Pinole. And that is that I would like the council and the mayor to put on the agenda a request for a police substation, satellite substation on or in the Fitzgerald Drive property. There are a lot of vacant properties there, and they can find a little cubby hole or something to work out of, and there's a lot of parking in those empty parking lots that they do a six-month trial test with regard to the public health and reducing public health and safety crime issues in and around Fitzgerald Drive, both in the traffic, the speeders, the red light runners, and the hit and runners, and the property theft from the retailers, be it In-N-Out Burger, Target, Bev Bowl, Food Mac. We can go on and on, that every other retailer's crime has gone up, and it's only going to get worse during the holidays. And so the proposal would be to either add a new police patrol person on the payroll to cover the pre-holiday, pre- and post-holiday schedule period between August of this year through January of next year. That'll be a 6-month trial to deter crime and let people know that Pinole cares not only about their citizens, but about different types of people coming into our city and breaking laws and literally getting away with breaking laws up and down the streets of Pinole. And I think you owe it to the community to discuss that and explore that as an agenda item within the next month or two, to go on board with it with the police department in August through January, especially with the holiday shopping and the extra traffic it's going to draw, the traffic jams out there, the new stores. We got a new home goods store. We're going to have a brand new Nordstrom Rack store there. And God forbid, it's going to attract a lot of attention from undesirable people in and around.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on item 7D?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. And I do want to say that we soon will have a presentation from our police department as well as East Bay Mud, and those are scheduled at some point. I don't know what dates are on those, but those will be scheduled at a future council meeting. That being said, not seeing any other items from the council on 7D. We'll go to our item 7E, which is our city manager report and department staff. Thank you, Acting City Manager Wynkoop. You'll have to turn on the, thank you, and restate that if you can.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nothing to report from the city manager's office.
Thank you, sir. Item 7F is city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Nothing to report from the city attorney's office.
Thank you. Any public comments on item 7E or F?
No public comments.
All right, we'll continue on with our item number 9, which is our consent calendar. Again, these are considered to be routine and non-controversial, but I will ask the council if there's any items council members would like to pull. Excuse me, I do have a item to pull, but really just to make a comment about, and that's agenda item number 9C, which is to approve an amendment to the employment agreement for the city clerk. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, agenda item 9C is a recommendation to authorize an amendment to provide a 5% merit increase to the employment agreement for the city clerk. The employment agreement amendment will result in increased payroll cost of $8,322, and funding is already included in the adopted budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one additional comment to make for item 9A.
Absolutely. City
Okay.
Clerk.
Thank you. So you'll notice that 9A includes approval of the minutes for the February 21st meeting as well as March 21st. At the March 7th meeting, the city council asked to continue approval of the minutes for the February 21st meeting so that I could go back and do some review of the motion that was made related to item 12A for that meeting. So I'm going to reference page 22 of tonight's packet. I did go back and do a review, and I think that the motion reflects how it was stated, but if the council wanted to amend the intent of that motion, they could certainly do that tonight with mentioning that in the motion for approval.
Thank you.
And I have the language if you're interested, or if you, yes, okay.
Sure,
So-
there is some interest, so please do.
Okay, thank you. The motion was by council members Sasai, seconded by Tave, to direct staff to organize and host an informational event and send out invitations to tenants in Pinole and have conversations about just cause eviction policies and include rent stabilization as part of that conversation. And I think the suggestion was whether or not to include and landlords after tenants. So it would be host an informational event and send out invitations to tenants and landlords. That was what was in question.
Okay, Counselor Sasai, is that in line with your intent behind the motion?
Yes.
All right, and then there is a second, I'm assuming.
Second.
All right, wonderful. So confirm that that is the addition. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you have a question on this item?
No.
Okay. Okay, are there any other items folks would like to pull from the consent calendar?
No,
Counselor Martinez.
I did have a question. Was there opportunity to modify that motion for the motion that was just reviewed? City Clerk Heather
I'm sorry. Would you restate your question? I'm not sure I understand.
or City Attorney Castro, is there an opportunity now to revise or amend the motion? Here's my interest that the workshop, it's an education informational workshop, right, for tenants, that the invitations also go to landlords. So that we have an audience that's going to share the information that would be applicable to both.
That was the motion.
I think that was the motion,
The
Counselor.
motion?
Yep.
Perfect. Yes.
Wonderful. Yep.
And thank you.
And that was affirmed by Counselor Sasai. That was
Okay.
the motion. Yep. Thank you, Counselor Martinez Rubin. Are there any items that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? All right.
Mayor, if I could just.
Yes, Counselor
comment.
Cave.
Just want to say thanks to everybody who put together the resolution and for item C. And look forward to, I'm hoping that resolution and notification, we can get that out to other cities. So I think that's probably gonna be my effort, is to make sure that other people are aware of it and have something similar.
D?
And that's for item
Oh, I'm sorry,
90.
D. Apologize.
Thank you.
I'd like to move the consent calendar with the
One
modification.
second, we
Real quick, we
do,
didn't do public.
we
Thank you,
have
Mayor
a
Pro Tem
public
Tom.
comment.
I know. And I do have a motion just for 9D that I'd like to make. And that was just to move to add a phrase for therefore, I would like us to add sending this letter, or excuse me, this resolution of support to the author as well as to our state legislators as well. And just for, I know that these are coming up from council members. I think we should consider, staff should consider always having a therefore let it be resolved clause that directs staff to prepare the letter to send over to the author as well as our state legislators, which include the assembly member and our state senator. Is that clear?
Yes,
The
and I
motion?
think actually, for most of our letters of support, we do that, but I like the language, adding the language if the council would like to go in that direction.
Council, can I have a second to that motion?
A second.
Thank you. All right, let's do a roll call for the motion, just because we'll do the consent calendar as an approval.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
wonderful. Are there any other items that council members would like to pull? Not seeing any, we'll go to Deputy Clerk Stone for the public comment on the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Cordell Hindler.
Right. So can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council, Cordell Handler of Richmond. So on 9C, in regarding the amendment, the agreement for the city clerk, I think that the city clerk, she has done an incredible job. It's not easy, putting together, agendas as well as the packets, in a timely manner. So that's hard work. And I think that she deserves, I think the council needs to agree that, that she needs to stay with the city of Pinole because she has done an incredible job, making sure that the minutes get recorded, record the minutes, all of that stuff. And I said, I think Heather Bell should stay in Pinole. That's my opinion. That's it.
All right, any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, I'll take it to Mayor Pro Tem Thomas as I think you
Sure, I'd
had a
like
motion.
to move the consent calendar with the modifications to the minutes from February 21st with the addition of "and landlords." And also the modification that was mentioned previously about Senate Bill 691, item D.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a second. If there's no questions about the motion, we'll go to City Clerk Bell to call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you, Council. And thank you again, staff, for those reports and for putting all of those great items together. We'll go to item number 10, which is our public hearings. We do have two public hearings this evening, or one public hearing, and one that will be continued, but it has been noted. And the first is public hearing 10A, which is the 2023-2031 housing element adoption. This is an action to adopt a resolution per staff recommendation, and we'll take it to Director Whalen for this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Lily Whalen. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Pinole here, and I will be introing here this item. Pleased to be here tonight. As you're aware, the city has been working on revisions to our housing element for about a year now. The housing element is a part of the general plan required to be updated every 8 years to ensure that housing for all income levels in the city is supported. The last review of the sixth cycle housing element by the council was in January of this year. And tonight we'll be receiving a presentation from the city's housing element consultant, Michael Baker and Associates, or MBI, regarding the revisions to the sixth cycle housing element pursuant to the state of California's Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD's comments, which were provided to the city on March 2nd. Dan Weary will be leading the presentation from MBI tonight. We also have Shannon Liska from MBI, who has been strongly supporting this effort over the last year. Dan will highlight in his presentation some recommended changes we've made in response to the Planning Commission's meeting last week. These changes are being provided to council this evening as a late mail item in track changes and will also be posted to the website. We also received a comment letter this afternoon. Some of the comments have highlighted clarifications we can make to the adopted housing element, while some of the comments do not require changes to the housing element, but we will provide a written response to them after tonight's meeting. And Dan will indicate in his presentation which comment items fall into which category. Our recommendation this evening is to adopt the housing element with recommended changes and direct staff to submit the revised draft to the state for a 60-day review. We're hoping to receive a letter of substantial compliance from the state following their review. So with that, I will hand it off to Dan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lily. And I will say that you may be hearing some, I may have Shannon Liska jump in on occasion, but I've got about 17 slides that we're going to go through. These were mostly presented to the Planning Commission on March 27th. So some of this may be familiar to some of you if you happen to watch that. So the next slide is just a just kind of an update of where we are in the timeline. I think where we just summarized. We can advance the slide. I think David has the slides. Not sure who's advancing. Okay, any second. Would you like me to share the slides? I can do that. Oh, there we go. Okay. You just put it in presentation mode. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So again, we've been working on this for quite a while. And this is just really the last few months here since October when the Planning Commission saw this. and then through today, April 4th. So again, the main point here is that we did adopt a housing element back in January. And then we received preliminary comments from HCD. We made some preliminary revisions. Then we got a formal letter on March 2nd. And we made a complete revision in response to comments on that dated March 24th. That was the subject of the matter that's out for public review, and the Planning Commission heard that at their hearing on the 27th. Since then, we've gotten some comments that we heard at the Planning Commission. We'll go through those a little bit more. And we got some written comments tonight, and we're prepared to kind of summarize those for you in a few slides later. So the next slide. Good. Great. We're just going to go through, again, as I mentioned, there were kind of two sets of comments that we got, the informal comments. There were about 30 of those. Those were received back on January 30th. That gave us a heads up, and we're able to start on our revisions in advance of the formal comments that we got on March 2nd. And then we quickly adopted those. You'll see we had 30 comments, and then we got 22 comments in our formal letter. So we were able to knock off at least 8, really more than those, with our preliminary response to HCD. So the next slide, just overall to characterize them, HCD requested a lot more detail, support for an additional analysis for our conclusions. That's very typical. They kind of hold their feet to the fire, and they want more information wherever they can. So we provide a lot more of information. During that time period, we're also able to add some additional outreach and support. We contacted affordable housing developers and recent developers in the city of Pinole, as well as real estate professionals, and asked them some pointed questions that helped us respond to HCD. And we were kind of proud of that, because I think we got some really good answers, and I think HCD will be happy to see that information as well. It's very good information to include in the housing element. Overall, we got rave reviews. Some of the questions that we asked the developers were, you've been successful in Pinole, particularly in the last few years. We've seen a lot of progress with housing construction. And what was it that drew you to Pinole, and how was your experience, and would you do it again? So we asked similar questions to that and got really good answers. So they liked the fact that you had very good zoning, you had access to transit, and you also had a great staff that's very cooperative and collaborative to helping them get through the process very efficiently. And that was some of the information that we also were able to elaborate on, which is provide more detail about and examples of how quickly the city of Pinole actually processes your applications. So good information to be proud of. A key point here, this is the 4th bullet, is that there were no changes to the site's inventory. As you recall, there's 2 main components of your housing element that really come down to your site's inventory and your programs. So no changes to the site's inventory, and only minor changes to the programs. And we'll go through those in more detail. So the next slide just shows a little bit more detailed summary of revisions, and we'll go through kind of topic by topic. So again, we added a lot more local data. That's one of the things that HCD likes. They want to hear the local story and the local narrative, and add a lot of color and flavor to it, and just a depth of understanding. So we provide a lot of data about developmental disabilities, overpavement, local rent sources, code enforcement. And you see the whole list here. And again, so wherever we could add more, we did. Another major topic is AFFH, or Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. And we made a number of enhancements and revisions there as well. One prominent one is that we noted that Pinole is the most integrated community in Contra Costa County. And that's as determined by a study by Berkeley. So that's not just us saying that. And so that's something to be proud of. And we provided more information for our RENA sites, again, our sites, that we identify here. And there's only 6 of them. Actually, it's very few because you've been so productive with your housing production that we only need 6 sites to meet the remaining RHNA. So that's excellent news. And so again, we broke that down in further detail to give HCD basically as much information as we could to document, demonstrate, substantiate that these are really good sites. Then we added some county level historic development trends. They like HCD likes to see comparisons between the city and the county. We provided that. And we added other contributing factors. And again, that's some of that local information that we like to provide. So again, just the nature of the changes that we're making. So the next slide, we talked about the sites inventory. Again, we didn't change the sites. We added more information. We can get into the details, but there are comparisons, examples, trends, and just provide a lot more information on that. So it's just overall more information to substantiate the same findings and conclusions that we made earlier. The next slide is regarding constraints. And here's just a list of some of the things that we did. Same characterizations, more information, more details. And again, in this case, really good details. You got a lot to kind of brag about, particularly in terms of your permit processing times. So we played that up and documented that for HCD because your approval times are, roughly half of what many cities are, in many cases, even less than that. So something to be proud of. Next slide, just talk about the zoning. We clarified compliance with emergency shelter and supportive housing standards. That was just a specific change that was requested. So we put that in there. And really, they just want to know what specifically are you changing in your code to comply with the new state laws that have been adopted in the last few years. Similarly, I did do the same thing to comply with Senate Bill 330 regarding the replacement of affordable housing units. So basically what that means is that there's effectively a no net loss of affordable housing units. If it was a designated unit and this property is being redeveloped or refinanced, we need to keep that affordable unit affordable. If it was a unit that was occupied by a lower income household, that unit also needs to be retained or replaced with any redevelopment of a project. And then similarly, we did propose some changes to streamline the parking reduction process. There's a CUP, conditional use permit process that allows you to do shared parking or reduced parking. And the standards are pretty high. There's 4 potential findings. You need to have 3 of them. So we made a suggested program where we can provide more criteria to make it a little bit easier, perhaps to find a way to comply with that and achieve a reduced parking requirement where appropriate. And then, as I mentioned before, we had increased public participation. So we mentioned that in terms of reaching out to the developers and real estate professionals, as well as just, again, documenting our efforts to reach particularly the low and moderate income households. And I know I sound like a broken record, but Pinole is, in our view, we've done many of these housing elements and been involved in many of the community outreach programs. Pinole as a city went over and above what most cities do to really find every means of media and communication and contact everybody they could to notify them about the housing element and engage them and get their input. So again, something to be proud of. The next slide. Again, this is just a reminder. This is our sites inventory. This shows 2 categories. Entitled projects. So they're recently approved projects. Those are the ones kind of shown in a crosshatch pattern. And then all the other sites in colors are the 6 proposed RHNA sites. And those are the ones that are needed to help us meet or document that we can meet our regional housing needs allocation within the next 8 years. And again, you've already met about 80% of that with those recently approved pending projects. And so, unlike most cities where have, many, many more sites, you really only need 6. So that's, again, evidence that you're doing something right and very well. So I mentioned that there's 2 main components of the housing inlet, the sites and your programs. We didn't change the sites. We did make a few adjustments and a couple additions to the housing programs. I'm just got a couple slides here to go through those. And so the next one is we added a program, number 5, which is SB9 technical assistance. SB9 is the recent state law that allows lot splits or the division of single family lots to add accessory dwelling units and or do a lot split. And so this is simply a program to kind of provide assistance with anybody to do that, make it a little bit easier and facilitate anybody who wants to take advantage of that state law. And then we made some other, I think, very minor adjustments and modifications to these other programs. So one was to include a mid-cycle review in 2027. And that's just to evaluate, are we meeting our goals? Are we keeping, up with the pace to get all these units constructed in the next 8 years? And again, you're already at 80% before we really have started. Program 3 was just to include coordination with PG&E to again kind of promote their various programs, and particularly to include outreach with developers and special needs households. And then program 4, identify a timeline for additional actions that if our very, very modest projections for accessory dwelling units are not met. So again, we're only looking at a few additional accessory dwelling units per year is our goal. And it really is a very, very small percentage of the overall arena. But again, it was something that HCD wanted to see. Program 6 is just adding a timeline to update the environmental documents. And again, that's something that can help future projects reduce their environmental review costs later. So by updating your environmental environmental impact report from your general plan and other documents, that can remove or eliminate some of the studies and technical analyses and considerations that a site-specific development project might have to study. So that's just one way to facilitate and speed up the approval process. A few more slides here and then we'll move on. So again, with program revisions, we added a program 9. I'm sorry. Program 9 is in italics here, and that just means that these were made in response to the formal comment letter. They've already been done. So anyway, program 9 just adds additional details and ensure the program assists lower and special needs households. And we increased the goal. I think we had a little bit lower goal of than 25 households over the next 8 years for the fee waiver program. So we just bumped that up a little bit. Program 11, as it mentions, just to identify specific emergency shelter standards to comply with the state law. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. It's one of the zoning changes that we need to make. And again, it's just basically a small detail that HCD would like to see. And then program 12, we made a couple of revisions in response to the comment letter. And this was to allow group homes in the R zone and define group home, just to provide some clarity and some certainty to that. The only reason we're adding that to the R zone is that was the only place it wasn't, the only residential zone that it wasn't allowed, and there wasn't really a reason for that. So we figured that was kind of low hanging fruit. And then we want to revise the definition of household ensure clarity. HCD was kind of misreading the current definition. So we're going to clean it up so that it's not subject to interpretation by HCD or by anybody else. And then again, a commitment to further study and revise parking standards based on the analysis to see if there's opportunities to modify the standards to maybe reduce some costs for housing. And then reduce the level of approval for parking. I mentioned that already. So instead of doing that at a conditional use permit, you can do that as an administrative use permit. It just lowers the bar ever so slightly, reduce the time and cost to get that approval for either shared or reduced parking. And then identify state density bonus requirements. So again, just providing a little bit more detail in there that we are indeed going to comply with that and then update the zoning ordinance to reflect the new higher density bonus requirements that were required by the state. For example, the maximum density bonus a couple of years ago was 35%. So based on the number and the income level of below market rate units, you get a certain increase in your density bonus up to 35%. And now that base it goes up all the way up to 50%. So that's the nature of the change there. And then last but not least here is we modified a few more programs. Program 13 to ensure replacement of affordable units per state law. That's what I mentioned before. It's effectively kind of a no net loss of affordable units. Good program, good idea. Program 15 to include implementation of electronic permitting process by the end of 2023. Again, just putting some more clarification in there. I think that one was being more specific about the timing. Program 19 to include 2 efforts from the capital improvement plan regarding park improvements. So again, taking credit for things that you're doing. We call those place-based improvements. HCD specifically is looking for what kind of place-based improvements you're making throughout the city to make sure that every area of the city has comparable improvements in quality of life. And then program 23 is to include outreach at no less than 2 events per year. Again, being more specific, I think we increased the frequency there. So we have a number of educational, promotional outreach events for or efforts. And for a lot of the programs that we've got, we're trying to educate people and let them know. And we want to make sure that where we've got certain events, we're going to do at least 2 of those per year. Okay, so that's really the summary of where we were, or what we've done since you last saw this and last adopted this not too long ago. I did want to take just a moment. There were some comments that came up, I think last week, and it's really not, I'm sorry, it is related to the housing element. Some of the comments that we heard at the Planning Commission on March 27th prompted us to clean up the language, refine the language. And so the next slide, we just show you a graphic representation. Starting on page 139 through 141, there was some language in there that was proposed to HCD, and it was characterizing the diversity and how integrated Pinole is. And we had a number of comments in there about based on the different maps that are required and are contained in the housing element. And there were some comments about the way the characterization was. So we went back and kind of effectively just rewrote it. So it was all factual, totally supportive, really can't argue about any of this at all. And again, it's very good news. The bottom line is that the point remains the same that we made before. We just really kind of changed the wording and the way we presented it. But the point remains the same, that Pinole is diverse and integrated. And there are only relatively small differences between the highest and lowest fair housing scores, which were subject to or the subject of the maps and this narrative. So we just kind of went in there and really wordsmithed it really to add more detail and more clarity to that. And what I mean by fair housing scores, there's a composite score that ranks the portions and by census tract in the city, kind of low, medium, and high. But those are based on individual scores based on environmental quality, economic opportunity, and educational attainment and opportunity. And when we look at those individual scores that are fed into this composite, it was very clear that while the maps show these 2 or 3 different categories, the differences were very, very small. And so we just pointed that out. So that was the late mail that you received. It just shows those what it was drafted before, and that's in kind of just regular black text. And then the new version is shown in red line strikeout. And if you have any questions, we're happy to go into that. But again, the bottom line is it's just presenting, and particularly for the benefit of HCD, really that Pinole, unlike many cities, is very diverse and integrated. And really that the maps that we're required to use make it look a little worse than it actually is when you look at the component numbers. So that was that. And with that, we just kind of wanted to bring you up to speed on the next slide. So we did get some comments at the Planning Commission hearing, and we've made some revisions. We got comments tonight in writing, which were the same comments we heard verbally at the March 27th Planning Commission hearing. So we appreciate getting those in writing. We did have a chance this evening to go through those and review them. And again, we heard those last week. The comments can basically be summarized into kind of 3 groups. One are identification of technical corrections. There's some typos here and there, and in 300 and something pages, there's always going to be a couple. But the reviewer, Commissioner Menes, was very detailed and was able to point those out to us. So we're going to make those changes. Excuse me. And they don't affect policy or programs. And so we're going to make as many of those changes as we can. Those are numbered in the comment letter. Those are comment numbers 7, 13, 16, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 30, as noted on the slide. Comment 29 was one that we had already addressed. That's what we just went over on the slide before. We heard that comment last week, and we went and decided, let's go just rewrite this to make it absolutely clear and kind of bulletproof, if you will, so that there's no question about the kind of position of where Pinole is in terms of diversity and integration. So we made that change already, and that's what we just reviewed. And then there's other comments that were some nice observations and discussion, and but they don't require any modifications to the housing element. But we will respond to those in writing, get back to the commenter, and send a copy to council just to show that we're being diligent about responding to the effort to make all these comments. With that, and this is why I was jumping the gun a few minutes ago, there was a meeting last week, as I understand, and there were some questions and concerns about disadvantaged communities and median incomes. And so we just want to take the opportunity to provide a little bit more information to kind of hopefully clarify what that means with respect to the housing element and just in general. And I will note that these slides and this information is actually derived from the draft environmental justice element, which is being prepared concurrent. And that's really where this discussion is explained in a lot more detail. But just to kind of quickly.
Dan,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's get to the, Dave, do you mind advancing to the next slide here?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Looking at my notes. Yeah, thank you. So this map and this table basically just identify what's considered a disadvantaged community in Pinole. And there's 4 different ways you can qualify as a disadvantaged community. They're mentioned here on the left column of that little table. There's really 2 that are applicable potentially to Pinole. And those areas that do qualify, excuse me, are shown on the map. If you look at that red cross-hatched pattern right along that western border, it's very just kind of hugs the border. What that is are little portions of the census tracts from the areas that are, probably 95 to 95% outside of Pinole, but a little bit of overlap into the city of Pinole. So the majority of those census tracts that are considered disadvantaged under these definitions kind of bleed over into Pinole here. So they're considered disadvantaged. We looked at that, and so we just want to let you know, those are the areas that were discussed last week and areas of concern. And again, these are all addressed in the environmental justice element that you'll be seeing in the future. But briefly, we looked at see how much of Pinole that really affects. And it's about 205 housing units. It's a pretty good number. And it looks like about 680 people reside within those 200 or so homes. That represents less than 3% of the rest of Pinole. So it just kind of shows, it's really that little edge. So we want to provide that information. Hopefully that makes some sense. And then the next slide is just a little bit more kind of broader information. This is information that's is contained in the housing element. And this just summarizes, because I think there was some confusion between disadvantaged communities and area median incomes or lower income households. There's some overlap, but they're really two different considerations. So you see here, this map is showing areas based on median income by census tract and block group. It actually breaks it down a little bit more detailed than census tracts. And the city, again, falls primarily within two groups. And that blue area in the center represents households that are primarily between $55,000 and $87,000 in household income. And the green area have a little bit higher. They're at $87,000 to $125,000. And we do note in our housing element that, for instance, in that paragraph that we rewrote and covered a few slides ago, the majority of Pinole that within the census tracts that are in here fall within between 68 and 88,000. When we really break it down, pretty tight bracketing of household incomes throughout the city. So that was one of the points that we made in that earlier revision. And that's again kind of reflected here. So we just wanted to take the opportunity to kind of hopefully provide some clarification to that. And that brings us to our next slide, which is the staff recommendation. We're happy to answer any questions, but the goal here tonight is to consider the revised housing element in response to the HCD comments and public comments, and hopefully and understand and like the changes that we've made, and can support that with an adoption. And then if you're so kind to do that, we will be making these technical revisions and getting that into HCD as early as tomorrow. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. And I'll bring it back to Director Whalen in case you had any final comments on the presentation before going to council.
I don't. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, council, for the consideration here.
Absolutely. So we'll bring it back to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to find out if you've been able to have any informal conversation with HCD, any follow-ups to get a sense of if the revisions address what their formal comments stated?
We did have those conversations previously. That's when we got our preliminary comments, and then they actually submitted some of their comments that we heard verbally in writing. We have reached out and tried to have additional conversations with them. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have any further conversations. They're very busy trying to review and approve all of these other housing elements for many other cities. Yes. And had kind of limited opportunities. We did reach out though multiple times.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so if the council approves this and it's submitted tomorrow, it's 60 days review.
Yes, they have up to 60 days. That's the maximum. We really hope that, because we thought we were pretty close before, despite the number of comments, most of them, again, were clarifications and requests for additional details doesn't really change the conclusions, and they weren't really arguing our conclusions. So we think that with this additional information and enhancements that we expect, certainly hope that HCD will be able to give us a letter of substantial compliance, AKA certification. And fingers crossed. The one thing I would that we do intend to do is when we submit to HCD is request an expedited review so that they can turn it around quicker than 60 days.
And I did recall seeing that the resolution will allow for non-substantial changes if HCD wants to see any tweaks, any clarifications. So
yeah, we always recommend that because frankly, a lot of what we did was, we consider kind of in that arena, a little more detail than that. But if they do want some final adjustments, we'd be able to do that without having to, go through another public hearing and adoption.
Great. And thank you again for the report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chams. Counselor Tape?
Yeah, just a couple technical things. We mentioned the lot line adjustment in the SB9 language. Does that it sounded like that was going strictly to the R1, but are condo plans included in that as well?
Is that for me? Okay.
Dan?
The recommendation that we had that affected the R1, I don't believe is going to be affect anything about condo plans or anything like that. Let me just go back to that slide if I can.
So I guess my question is if I have a R1 and I'm going to do the lot line, right, to split my property, does that also include, if we were to split the house into 2 and 4 under the SB9 to increase housing?
I'm sorry, when you turn, hear your.
Councilmember Tabe, if I
gotcha.
can't.
I'm turning away from the mic to look at got it. Hold on. So what I'm asking is if you have an R1 and you can split the lot into 2, there's also the condo plans where you could split the lot through the house and create two separate properties, right? And what I'm wondering is does that also include condos? Like if you were to go in and say, I want to do a 4-lot let's say 3 to keep the numbers right. We do 3 lots and split the house in down the middle for whatever reason and create a condo plan.
Yeah, not really. It'll get very technical pretty quickly, but the easy way to remember it is it's really applicable to single family lots and not traditionally condominium lots. And once they're split, you can't keep re-splitting them. The maximum you can get out of a single family lot would be 4 units. That would be if you did a split and then each primary home also had an accessory dwelling unit. So that's the way you could potentially get 4 units out of what's currently a single family. But yeah, it wouldn't really apply to a townhouse or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like if you split into 4, you can also have 8 additional people or 8 additional individuals / families living from a R1.
No, it won't work that way. Yeah, okay. The maximum you can do is from a single family to 2 single families and 2 accessory dwelling units.
Got it. Okay. And then the second question, real easy, is the median income chart that you had. Is that pre-tax or is that actual money?
That's gross income.
Gross income. Got it. So that 125,000 really isn't 125,000. There's the tax.
That's your take home pay. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool. I was just wondering if that was disposable income or if that was just total. But
yeah, that would be like gross earnings. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan and Director Wayland. A couple of little detailed questions. On one of your slides, you had the term overpayment, and you also had local rent source. Can you clarify what each of those means?
Generally I'm trying to find which slide that was.
It was, I think, among the first, if not the first.
Oh, great.
Overpayment and then local rent source.
Okay, let me see if I have. Oh, there it is. Yes, looks like slide 5, adding more information about that. Overpayment is generally anything considered more than 30% of your gross household income going toward housing. And frankly, that probably affects most households to some degree. And it can also, the term is also used as overburden or burdened households. And so there's a number of different slides and tables in there and some charts or figures as well that show by census tract or census block the areas that are paying more than 30% of their household income, and in some cases more than 50% of their household income. And that's kind of a general term referring to that. And then local rent source.
Yes, I saw that somewhere.
Dan, hi, I'm Shannon Liska. I'm a colleague of Dan. I've been working on the housing element. I think I can answer that one for you. By local rent source, we were, one of the comments in the HCD letter asked for more local data on what was being paid for rental units in Pinole. So we added figure 8. So it was just a source of data that showed the local rent. More specifically to Pinole.
It's a source of data as opposed to a source of funds to pay for rent.
Correct. Yeah.
It's a big distinction. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. You spoke about public participation and how well the city has done. I wasn't clear whether that was outreach to certain segments of our community based on income levels, or whether we have something that indicates the level of participation of people to whom outreach was provided.
It was certainly the former. We had a very broad and long list of contacts. And then we did get input in a number of different ways, partly through our online survey. We got a lot of responses there from a good mix throughout the community. You can see some of the answers there in terms of household income and household makeup. So we felt like we got pretty good response there. We had hoped for better responses, from some segments of the community. But we did reach out through community-based organizations and invited them to help people take the survey or participate in a workshop. We did also have stakeholder interviews, and again, we had a good mix there. So we had a number of different housing advocates and housing developers and industry professionals. So we think we got a good cross section there. Where if we missed people directly, as say lower income households, we certainly were getting representation through those organizations.
Thank you. You had a set of slides related to SB 9, and among them there was reference to programs 3 and 9 where the term special needs housing appears. Can you please clarify what special needs housing is? And and eventually how what category of special needs or what type of special needs actually gets built? I'm imagining.
Special needs is, and I'll lead into it. Maybe Shannon can then get the official definition, but it's inclusive of a lot of different things. So it can be single adult homeowners or households, single-headed households, can be disabled persons, extremely low income households, that's households earning less than 30% of the area median income, can also include large households, very small households. So the special needs is quite broad, but typically or most commonly it would be disabled and extremely low income households. That's the most common groups and seems to be the most common focus of that. But it can include veterans, farm workers, anybody who has kind of, again, a special angle or need.
Thank you. And eventually building homes for any of these special needs groups, it would be dependent on the investors / developers who would do so, correct?
Yes, so that's part of the housing programs, is to identify the needs and then identify programs that help encourage, incentivize, facilitate meeting those those special needs. And so, for example, we've got a number of different programs that will provide some additional incentives if the project includes units that would be guaranteed for and affordable to extremely low income households.
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Councilor Thesai.
No questions for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions, and I just want to thank you all again for the presentation. This is a public hearing, so we'll open up the public hearing. Are there any public comments for this item? City Clerk Bale.
Thank you. We do have Rafael Menez in person.
Good evening again, Council. Most of my comments have already been addressed in the written comments I submitted earlier today, and some of which I partially submitted to city staff earlier than Tuesday. I want to follow up a little bit on the point of the slides with regards to comment 29. It stated that adjustments were made to page 140, but comment 29 was more about page 164. Right underneath figure 36, the TCAC composite score. And as far as I can tell in the revised element, it still states that there are not large discrepancies between the tracks despite the composite scores denoting a split between low and medium opportunity areas. Though my issue isn't really with the opportunity areas differentiation, because that is a relatively smaller split. My problem is more with, of the three main tracts of the city, the environmental opportunity scores for the northern tract that shows a lower score has an index of 0.46, which is only slightly below the 0.5 threshold of the range above. The eastern tract has an index of 0.76, which is only slightly above the 0.75 threshold of the range below. Although the map makes this appear as a large discrepancy in environmental opportunity, the scores are essentially in the same range of opportunity, parentheses 0.5-0.75, close parentheses. That's the particular sentence that I take dispute with. Because if you've got a legend definition area on the map that covers a 0.25 range, and the total range of outcomes in the city as a whole is broader than that range, sort of rounding down to say all our outcomes fit within the range, and then saying therefore there isn't that big a discrepancy, feels like it's, again, as I stated, trying to align the point. I think that a 0.3 difference between worst and best environmental outcomes is significant enough that it's worth noting and acknowledging in our programs and efforts to deal with in the housing element, rather than simply saying that the scores are essentially in the same range, because they're not. If they were, they would be between 0.5 and 0.75, and they are not. It's not like the difference between, 0.25 and 0.31 for the economic opportunity category. And I also wanted to flag comment number 34 with regards to reaching out to the Pinole Historical Society and recommend busing and backlash, white against white in a California school district by Lillian B. Rubin. It was printed in 1972 as a point of historical data. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Not seeing any on person or online, we'll close the public hearing and we'll go back to council for comments or other questions to staff. or motions that can be entertained? This is an action item. Okay.
I got
Counselor
a
Tate.
question. What's the likelihood of this going back to HCD and not coming back with additional comment?
That's a good question. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Let you take it, Dan.
Yeah, I'm happy. You want me to take that? Yeah. Okay. Sure. It's a good question. It's different every time. I will say that this will be our third draft HCD. We had hoped that our second draft would do the trick. And actually the interim draft that we submitted. There's always that chance. But we really think that, and actually one of the comments we got from HCD recently was like, they kind of cautioned us that said, well, almost nobody gets it and less than three rounds of HCD comments. Not that they should be proud of that, but so it's possible. We think if there is anything, hopefully it will be minor changes like we had talked about that would be authorized to make without having to go through another public hearing, that there will be technical changes. Again, maybe some further clarifications or some additional data. I'm not sure what that would be because we've kind of scraped the bottom of the barrel to give them whatever we could with these revisions, but it is possible.
So 50-50?
I would, hopefully better odds than that.
Okay. I'm just concerned, and I guess to the council, is that we get stuck in this do loop of submitting it and then they find something else and then send it back. We go through and refine it, go through the process of coming in council, speaking about it for another hour or two, and then going back to HCD and it's back and forth. Have they provided any kind of guide? Do they provide any guidance to say, hey, this is looking good, just tighten this up and send it back? Or is it we're just waiting for the 60 days to clock?
They're pretty reserved with those judgments. And we've had those comments, oh, nearly perfect. We just got a few more items, just need a little bit more information. Unfortunately, they're not held to the same standard that we are, which is we need to be clear and provide certainty and objective standards. Some of the comments we get are pretty vague. They use the word more a lot, which is hard to determine what more is and what will satisfy that. But we are pretty confident. Again, we've done more than 20 of these that, if this doesn't do it, we're going to be extremely close. And I will be very upset if they don't accept this one because we've done a really good job. We thought our very first version was, an excellent housing element. In fact, just a little more clarification is, a lot of the programs we have were the same programs and the same analyses that have been accepted and certified by HCD for prior rounds of housing elements. So we go in going, hey, we've learned from prior rounds. We're going to give you the best thing we can here. And we still get comments back, and it's very frustrating. So sometimes it does feel like the goalposts are being moved mid-game.
It's more than feels like. But yeah, no, thank you though. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do any other council members have motions or comments?
Motion
Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Two questions on the document that was shared with us this evening, the one that has the red lines on it for clarification. I've read it a couple times and I'm still not understanding. So pardon me if the explanation appears somewhere in other than on these pages. What I'm not understanding is what each score means. You provide the overall interpretation of the different scores, but is a low score something that desirable? Are we aiming for a higher score of any of these types? That's what it leaves me to wonder. And then the other, on page 140, which would be the second page of what we were given, in the second to last paragraph, there's a statement that reads, while listing a site does not require development of affordable housing, it decreases costs and therefore increases the feasibility and affordability of development of such sites. So here's an opportunity, I would say, if you would clarify, it decreases costs how? Because it makes me wonder the way this is worded, and perhaps the explanation is appears later, but I'm not seeing it. So that's just feedback from a non-housing specialist reading this document as it appears. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So two parts there. The first part, in terms of the scores, these are scores that we don't have anything to do with. We get the data, and in some cases the low score is good, in some cases the low score is bad, and they kind of reverse it depending on how they do it. Most of these scores are ranked based on how you would rank in comparison to similar criteria throughout the state. And so if you're in the 85th percentile, sometimes 85 for like the environmental score is bad. If you're in the 85th percentile for income, that might be a good score. So don't worry too much about what the score is. It's more about the relative ranking. And again, those individual scores are for those three criteria: environment, economy, and education. The environment tends to weigh very heavily on whether you're near any source of pollution, air quality in particular. And so if you are anywhere near a major highway, a railroad, something like that, you'll find anything relatively close to that gets a low score because of primarily diesel particulate from trucks and or trains. Could be an airport, for instance. So the patterns that we see are, and again, the algorithms are set by the state. We've got no influence over that, but we can see the patterns very clearly in all these that we get. And so if you're near transit, generally, you're near trains, you're near the freeway, generally you're going to have worse air quality and your score is going to be lower. Your score is going to be highest if you're out in remote areas or areas away from those features, particularly in low density areas that have more trees and more grass and more shrubbery and vegetation. And the highest scoring areas are the ones of the census tracts that also include remote areas that are nature preserves, for example. You get off in the rough terrain with the hills where there's very little development. Those always score highest. And so the state takes those algorithms that generate these maps and they break them into just, kind of random categories, divide them into, again, low, medium, high, if you will, and kind of red light, green light, depending on the score, red would be bad and green would be good. And they kind of divide it up by census tract and use that to kind of look at each community. So it's kind of a macro evaluation. And again, so they do that for environment. And so I just kind of described what scores high and low. For economics, it similarly, we can see the pattern. It always skews towards the lowest residential density areas, single family homes, and the newest single family homes, which, no surprise, are the most expensive single family homes. And because of that, they tend to have households that have the highest incomes. And we don't know the algorithm, but the algorithm seems to favor that very strongly. So if you've got a high income in your census tract, that's going to score more highly on that score. And then with education, same thing. Those same areas, it seems to rank highly, not so much based on the local schools, but primarily about the educational achievement of the households. So that also tends to skew toward those same areas. Then they take those individual scores, they create a composite, and it's not a score when they do the composite map, it's a ranking. And they simply divide the area at the county level into quartiles or 20% rankings. I think it's quartiles. And so again, it's kind of low, medium, high. how they get their rankings against a composite of those three pieces and how they weight those is a mystery. But the results tend to say, and they look at it as like opportunity areas and healthy areas. So that's kind of the overall ranking. And the areas that score highest are the ones that tend to be in the preserves, in the low density residential areas with new homes and high household incomes. The areas that tend to do less are the areas, more urbanized areas near transit. Typically your downtown areas, employment tend to have smaller lots, older homes, and they don't score as well. So that's just kind of how those maps kind of fall out.
Thank you. We'll go to Counselor Tabe.
Sure.
Is that okay? Or do you?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, there is more discussion and the actual maps are provided starting on page 160, just to your question, Councilmember.
Thank you. Counselor Tabe?
Yeah, so I'd like to motion that the city council adopt resolution approving the city of Pinole sixth cycle 2023-2031 housing element and the notice of exemption attachment A. Also authorize the city manager to make technical modifications, refinements, and clarifications, including but not limited to implementation details of the proposed housing plan programs to the housing element update without requiring a subsequent hearing readoption. New goals, policies, or programs would require readoption.
And I'll second.
All right. Are there any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Pave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next public hearing is 10B. Staff has requested that this item, given the updated information, they would like to make they would like to continue this item to a date certain of the council meeting on May 17th. The request is to continue this item, but we do need a motion from the council for that to happen. Is there a council member who would like to make a motion to continue this item to May 17th?
Motion to continue item 10B to May 17th.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Pave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. There is no old business tonight. So there is which is item 11. So we'll go to new business, which is item 12. New business 12A is the framework for new outdoor dining regulations. Director Whalen, it's been a long time.
Very long. Good to see you again, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'll ask PCDB to pull up my slides here on the parklets, and I'll just get started here. Tonight we'll be reviewing a high-level framework for outdoor dining in Pinole. And we're going to start with an overview of the current regulations in the city. And then we're going to move into what the city did during COVID to assist residents and other businesses to stay open. I'm on slide 2 when you can get there, PCTV. And then third, we'll look at recent planning commission discussion related to this topic. And then finally, we'll cover next steps. Next slide, please. But first, a plug for what outdoor dining can do for a community. So there's a number of community benefits associated with opportunities for outdoor public spaces, especially for eating and socializing. When restaurant patrons dine outside public spaces, such as sidewalks, can be enlivened and activated, which can promote a sense of community and safety by encouraging a mix of uses and street vitality at the pedestrian scale. Additionally, outdoor dining may contribute to local economic development by attracting customers to new businesses, encouraging them to stay longer in town and come back more often. Additionally, open air dining may be more enticing to certain customers than indoor dining. For example, outdoor dining may be appealing to families with young children looking for a more casual atmosphere, or for pet owners to dine with their leashed dogs. Lastly, this topic can lead to conversations about the best use of public space, whether that may be for parking cars or seating restaurant patrons or something in between. And having this conversation can lead to reprioritizing public space for human use. Next slide, please. But first, our existing regulations in Pinole. Our existing outdoor dining program was established in 2010 with a major zoning code amendment. Currently, outdoor dining is allowed in all zoning districts of the city except for residential zoning districts with the approval of an administrative use permit, which is an AUP, and additionally installation of features in the public right-of-way require an encroachment permit. The AUP process provides a mechanism for administrative review at a public hearing to ensure compatibility with the project site and surrounding uses. And an encroachment permit is also an administrative review of proposed features in the public right-of-way for protection of the public interest, safety, and welfare. Additionally, design review may be also required depending on the proposed structure, although this code does not seem to contemplate a clear process for structures in the right-of-way right now. The requirements for permanent outdoor seating includes some standards for maintenance, accessibility, and additional off-site parking. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and since 2010, the city had issued 5 administrative use permits for outdoor dining. Next slide, please. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, several businesses requested the ability to accommodate outdoor seating in order to continue to provide their food service to customers while complying with the local health orders regarding dining outdoors. Similar to many other jurisdictions during the pandemic, the City Council adopted urgency ordinance number 2020-03 in June of 2020 for the purpose of streamlining and expediting temporary outdoor seating permits to support continued operation of businesses while also complying with health orders. The urgency ordinance established a temporary use permit or a TUP process for business owners to establish temporary outdoor dining. And that process allowed business owners to obtain administrative or over-the-counter temporary permits to engage in certain activities through an expedited modified process without requirement for a public hearing process. Next slide, please. So we granted 10 TUPs through the process authorized by the urgency ordinance for eating establishments to provide outdoor dining. One of those 10 TUP holders decided not to move forward with outdoor dining, so we have 9 formal businesses that ultimately utilize the expedited process to provide outdoor food service, and they're listed on the screen here. We also provided the location of their outdoor dining on the screen, if it's covered or enclosed, and if the permit is still active. We've noted in the staff report that 4 of the 9 businesses utilize physical shelter to protect patrons from inclement weather. We also noted that the urgency ordinance determined that the use permits were valid for 90 days unless they were extended by the zoning administrator. And we did informally extend those TUPs throughout the pandemic by the planning manager. 3 of the 9 issued TUPs under the urgency ordinance are still active, and the rest have been removed. Next slide, please. The purpose of this discussion item tonight is to review the current regulations related to outdoor dining, and if desired by the council, develop a framework for requirements applicable to outdoor seating areas on sidewalks, in street parking areas, and on public and private property, if appropriate. A number of communities in Contra Costa County have prepared outdoor dining regulations in their communities during the pandemic, and staff has prepared some information highlighting new regulations from other jurisdictions transitioning from temporary to long-term facilities, and then also a sampling of other general outdoor dining regulations in some Contra Costa communities as a part of your packet this evening. The Planning Commission held a number of meetings to consider the overarching discussion topics on the screen here in order to establish a framework for coordinated standards and guidelines for new outdoor dining regulations. So first, what kind of outdoor dining are we talking about? Permanent structures in a parking space, movable chairs on the sidewalk, or a patio area at the back of the restaurant, or all of the above. Next, how will the outdoor dining be approved at a public hearing or over the counter? Next, where will this be allowed in Pinole? Then what kind of standards should be in place to ensure the outdoor dining areas are attractive, functional, and safe? Are there any other elements the city would like to encourage, like public art or bicycle parking in these areas? Next, how should the public be able to use dining on public property? Should a restaurant who sponsors a parklet be allowed to have exclusive use of the area, or should there be a component of public seating required in these spaces? Next, how should parking requirements be addressed? And then finally, what does the transition period look like from temporary outdoor dining to permanent dining areas? Next slide, please. Through the Planning Commission's conversation, there were three main categories of outdoor dining discussed: sidewalk dining, private outdoor dining, and public parklets. Sidewalk dining areas are located on public and private sidewalks. Sometimes there's a clearly defined eating area and other times there's not. Private outdoor dining areas are located on private property that serves a restaurant or a cafe and may be incorporated in private parking lots, outdoor patios, recess entries, and alleys adjacent to the operating business. And then lastly, parklets are typically curbside parking spaces in the right-of-way that have been converted to public seating platforms. They're intended to provide amenities, green space, or recreational areas to the public. The purpose of a community parklet is to maximize a sense of the community by utilizing public spaces for aesthetic amenities to create features of interest or opportunities for informal gatherings, or also seating for restaurants. They've been traditionally open to any member of the public, although the COVID pandemic, I know has caused some cities to look at parklets and modify standards for parklets. In general, the Planning Commission is recommending the existing code process of an administrative use permit and encroachment permit for sidewalk dining and all other private outdoor dining areas, with some additional standards being developed and considered specifically for safety and aesthetics. However, the municipal code does not contemplate larger parklet or other structures in the right-of-way or other public property. The code currently requires an encroachment permit for outdoor activities within the public right-of-way. And the commission is recommending parklets be reviewed ultimately by the commission, with council providing final approval of any parklet. They also recommend that parklet standards should be developed and considered for safety and aesthetics mainly. Next slide, please. With regards to locations in the city, the commission is recommending outdoor dining be allowed as it is right now in all zoning districts that allow for restaurant use. Staff suggests that there may be additional restrictions considered for traffic and pedestrian safety reasons at parklets in specific locations in the city. For example, at intersections where visibility is a concern or there's other safety hazards that exist. For example, we mentioned in the staff report that San Pablo Avenue is a regionally significant route. And although it's within our city limits and managed by the city, we may want to consider utilizing standards published by Caltrans for parklets along highways. Next slide, please. With respect to the design of outdoor facilities, the Planning Commission is recommending the development of a set of standards that would regulate aesthetics, comfort, and safety, with an emphasis on visibility and permanent barrier separation between vehicles and diners or pedestrians. Next slide, please. With regards to the use of with regards to the elements in the spaces, additional elements, the consensus of the Planning Commission was to encourage other elements like public art and bike parking into the outdoor dining areas. And staff suggests that the council could consider incorporation of sustainability features like native plants or locally sourced or recycled or reclaimed materials, low emission and sustainable woods or paints is desirable in these type of structures. Again, it's a balancing act, and the commission requested that the council carefully weigh any regulations that further the city's sustainability goals against the financial and operational impact on small businesses. Regarding public use of public spaces, the Planning Commission had a robust discussion regarding consideration needed for public access to outdoor dining areas on public property. Some of the questions the commission discussed included: should parklets or other dining on public property be accessible to the public regardless of patronizing a particular business? Does the public have access at all times? Can access be controlled? Should a business owner have the right during business hours to control use of the area? The commission further discussed access being controlled through an agreement process for parklets or through conditions of approval regarding use of the right of way. And there was no strong consensus from the commission regarding this particular topic. Next slide, please. Regarding parking, the commission discussed how to address the loss of parking from parklets and other forms of outdoor dining, but did not reach a consensus. Options they discussed included allowing a maximum number of spots to be removed, not allowing any required parking for the business to be removed, and then also potentially allowing required parking to be removed if excess parking capacity existed in the area. And staff has illustrated some different options and decision points gleaned from the Planning Commission discussion within Table 3 of the staff report. There was consensus regarding a transition period among the planning commissioners to not allow existing temporary structures to remain and to require business owners that desired future outdoor dining to apply for permits for permanent structures, to allow businesses time to transition to a permanent structure after new regulations are in place. The commission recommended council consider allowing businesses to maintain their temporary use permits for 6 months after the adoption of any new regulations. Next slide, please. So that brings us to our summary slide. So in summary, the current municipal code provides a process pathway for outdoor dining on sidewalks and private outdoor areas in Pinole. However, their standards related to aesthetic, safety, design, and durability are lacking and could be revisited and refreshed. Additionally, there's not a clear process pathway for parklets in the city or for permanent outdoor dining on public property. And so if the city council desires those elements in the city, we would recommend developing some standards related to parklets and permanent dining on public property. The desired direction from council at this stage is if staff should return with a specific proposal on modified outdoor dining regulations to support and encourage outdoor dining in the city or not. And if guidance is given to proceed with developing a specific proposal, council may then provide that specific direction related to standards or different types of outdoor dining at this meeting tonight, or you may consider those items when staff returns with a specific proposal, and that specific proposal will incorporate best practices from other jurisdictions. The council may also desire to direct staff to conduct outreach to businesses to determine the level of interest in more clearly defined outdoor dining processes and standards, and opportunities also for parklets. And that outreach has not been done, but you can certainly direct us to do that prior to returning to you. If the council is not interested in pursuing additional regulations related to outdoor dining, we recommend the council give staff direction on when to expire the TUPs and begin enforcing the removal of temporary outdoor dining structures. That concludes our staff presentation. I'm available as well as Planning Manager David Canham for questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whalen, and thank you again for the recommended next steps. I'll leave it to council to, or excuse me, if we can leave it to this slide for now, just so that council can see as we have our questions and also perhaps discussion. I'll start with Councilmember Martinez Rubin for questions.
Thank you. Of the, I think it was one of your first slides, if not the second one, about the number of eateries that no longer have an active temporary permit. Do we know why 6 of the 9 did not continue?
Dave might be able to jump in with some of them. I know that one of the last ones that came down, I think, was having some issues in one of the storms earlier this year. And I think it came down and they decided to remove it at that point. Dave, do you have any more feedback on the other parklets or the other outdoor dining structures?
Yeah, we checked back with like Applebee's and stuff. As long as they were able to go back inside, because most of these parklets were using their parking lots. So once they were able to go back inside, they just pretty much brought everything back in and continued their business that way. And that's how most of them are. Like I said, the other two, the one at Mel's and the one at Antlers, those kind of got blown down and kind of got torn up in these last few storms. And so they just decided not to fool with it and go back to everybody eating inside. So, the ones that are remaining are ones that are still very interested in it and moving forward. So, and that's Sue's, Pear Street, and Tina's.
Thank you. All three of those, Sue's, Pear Street, and Tina's, have these permits for outdoor eating because they were originally designed to be only indoor, right? And it was because of COVID and restrictions on proximity to other patrons that had the restaurant owners move outdoors. But now that well, I'll just leave it at that. I have to think about this a bit more. Thank you. I really just wanted to know what the reasoning was behind those who opted not to, and it seems to be the larger eateries that can afford to continue their business as it was intended, which was indoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sasai.
Yes, thank you, Director Whalen, for the presentation. Just for clarification, was there an expiration date for our TUPs? And that's why our TUPs have been informally extended?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councilmember Sasai. Yes, the expiration date was 90 days for each of the TUPs, but the urgency ordinance did allow for the zoning administrator to extend those TUPs, and they have been extended during the pandemic.
Got it. And then for the parklets that are no longer active, were any of the TUPs not granted an informal extension, or did they just not have a desire to continue their parklet?
My understanding that we did not, we extended all of the requests for extension. We did not withhold an extension for any of the requests, and that the business owners that don't have their structures up anymore or are utilizing outdoor dining under their TUP have done so because they don't feel like they no longer need it at this point. And that could be potentially because they were meant to be temporary facilities, and so they were put up pretty quickly. I'm not sure. So that point could benefit probably from some more outreach to businesses.
Got it. One of the recommendations, or I guess paths forward, that's mentioned in this report was conducting outreach to our small businesses to gauge interest in continuing this program. What are some of the benefits of conducting the outreach? Would it be just getting more input from small business owners in terms of what they want to see as objective standards for parklets, or would it just be being sure that our small businesses want and that there is interest in a permanent parklet program before dedicating the staff time to do?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's both, actually. Yeah, I think it's gauging the interest of business owners in expanded outdoor dining opportunities in Pinole, and if the city should expend efforts in creating those processes, or if what we have right now is good for what we have. And then also engaging them in, some of the standards that we might recommend to the council, some other best practice standards, and getting their feedback on that.
Thank you. And then do you know of any other cities in Contra Costa County that has established a permanent parklet program, and how have they approached permits for parklets in public right of way?
That's something we can definitely bring back to you. I don't have that information for you right now.
Got it. Has there just been any other cities in Contra Costa County that have established a permanent parklet program at this point?
I think there have been.
Okay.
And Dave, if you have any additional information, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, there was a number of cities that created temporary ones like Walnut Creek and that are now transitioning to more permanent ones in certain areas of their city. Of course, Contra Costa County has a parklet program, a fully functional parklet program. And so there are a number of communities that have these throughout Contra Costa County. And so we would be looking at those cities within our county that have these programs.
Okay, thank you. And then final question is, are we still going to offer these informal extensions to the active TUPs, or do we need council direction to keep extending these until if we were to go through the process of conducting outreach and then deciding to establish a permanent parkway program, does that require council direction to keep extending those TOPs?
So I think at this point, we are seeking council direction on whether or not to move forward with updated regulations. If the council decides not to move forward with updated regulations, then we would ask for, we would have a conversation about the extension or the expiration of the permits. The Planning Commission was recommending a 6-month transition period if new regulations were put in place. If new regulations are not put in place, I think a reasonable is the Dave, is the expiration 60 days. Do we have 60 days in the urgency ordinance to remove the structures?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, so we would
60
follow
days.
the urgency ordinances standards, which may or may not be 60 days. But we could let you know what our thoughts are on expiration of the permits if there's no regulations put in place to supplement them, which I think a reasonable amount of time would be 60 days to take down the structures.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Tave.
Sure. The things that come to mind, in 2020, we talked about this in our strategic plan about wayfinding. And we've talked about using downtown and walkable streets, signage. And that came out of that. And then we had a discussion after that. I can't remember the meeting, but we talked about a project of doing an exploration of what it means to walk downtown. And, looking at this, we would be removing parking to help facilitate more seats, right? Or more business activity. So I'm trying to understand, how does this play into that larger picture of what the vision is for downtown? And has there been any consideration for those other efforts that are going on and how this fits in?
Not at this point, Councilmember Tave. I think that would definitely be a component of what we would be looking at in new regulations.
Right. I mean, I don't want to say parklets if we have the Pinole corner and that turns into something that's a usable space for people to sit and I'm looking at some of the pictures. It's like they have these open spaces that are public spaces that people can I guess gather and sit down and have dinner or lunch or the other thing I wanted to ask was alcohol sales and having that in the public right of way and that on different properties and what that means for our police department operations, waste management, all of that stuff incorporated into this permitting somebody to do that. So these are just my thoughts that I'm having and questions as to how that's incorporated. Traffic barriers are also like, what level of safety is there when people are flying down San Pablo and you're trying to eat your burger? I mean, it's going to be very difficult to, to have that kind of activity going on without some type of barrier. And what does that mean for that Pinole? I'm just thinking of Pinole Corner because it seems like an easy area to implement something like this. So those are my initial thoughts is, what we've brought this up, I think a few times, like the lunch trucks. We brought up outdoor seating and just trying to figure out what that overall vision looks like especially for our downtown businesses where it seems like that's kind of the direction we were going in the first place. I would say that I am in favor of definitely reaching out to everybody to try to understand whether this was a benefit, but that's just my initial thought.
Do you have questions for the staff?
I would just say it doesn't sound like any of that's been, this is like the very initial discussion. I guess my biggest concern would be that we don't start another effort of wayfinding in downtown centered around this when we have another effort that was supposed to be going on. And where do those two meet? Director Whaling, can you speak to that question around the
this effort, and I'm a little confused about the previous effort, maybe.
So right, we talked about this and I'm looking for the actual place in the agenda, and I can find it. Where we did talk about wayfinding, we talked about downtown, a little bit about the specific plan. I want to say it was about a year and a half ago, maybe. Where we had a discussion about signage, basic signage downtown and walkable streets, and these topics have come up for the past, I want to say 2 years. And when we say parklets, it sounds like we're just addressing this parklet issue and not thinking about it in the full, what does this look like for our downtown in total? That makes sense? So so I'm trying to understand, instead of working on these things small in these small categories, is there larger effort? And I think we approved something to have that report come back. Especially it was I remember wayfinding, we did ask, like, what does that look like? And I don't know if that report or if that effort started or stopped.
Director Wayland, are you able to speak to some of these questions?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Tate. I think I know which item you're referring to, and that's an item that staff, we owe you a memo about, and that work has not started yet. So I think that this outdoor dining and parklets is definitely a component of that conversation. I don't think it necessarily needs, this item necessarily needs to wait for that conversation to happen. If the council is interested in additional outdoor dining regulations, I think that you could direct us to start the conversations with business owners and bring back a more fully formed standards that would include indemnity provisions, liability provisions, how to deal with waste management, as you mentioned, alcohol use, those types of permits would be approved at the council level, and then also through the alcohol beverage control. And we could also talk about appropriate locations in the city as well. Possibly San Pablo Ave is not an appropriate location for parklets in the city, but maybe there's some streets that feed off of San Pablo that are appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, those are all the questions I had.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, I'm noting that there are several different types of locations and wondering if we already have a process in place to consider approval of these items, through a regular use permit. And that would be for the properties that do not take up parking spaces and are not in the public right of way. And that would be an example. There's one that's between two buildings. There's another one that's on a lot next door to the business, and another one that's in the front portion of the building. So none of those types would involve taking space in a parking lot or in the public right of way. So is that something that can be considered already? Do we already have the ability to consider those without making changes to, the code?
Yes, yes, we do. There is a process in the municipal code that allows for sidewalk dining and also outdoor dining on private property.
Okay.
We've noted there's not there's a few standards with regards to accessibility and keeping a clear path. But we have noted that there could be some enhancements to those standards if the council would like those enhancements.
Okay, and so it seems that, moving forward, if we wanted to consider, these businesses, these extensions in private parking lots or in the public right of way, that's something that outside of this temporary use permit process that doesn't exist, that we would need to modify. But then we could also streamline the ones that are, on the private property as
Correct.
well. Okay. I would be interested in hearing from the businesses, if this is, it seems that there's two businesses in Pinole that have, these outdoor dining areas. One is in their private parking lot and one in the public right of way. And, if those were to continue, do we write a process just for those two? That we would need to kind of waste staff time in doing that where there's already a process for the other ones. So I would want to hear from those business owners if that's something that should be considered. And then one of them is in a private parking lot. And I have heard, other businesses that use the parking lot that have had concerns. This was 3 years ago, they had concerns about it. So it shouldn't necessarily be an automatic. But again, I'm weighing do we have staff go through a process for the two and then possibly more in the future? And if we did have more in the future, I would definitely want to see, more permanent structures, because these, canopies that popped up during pandemic, I think we need to move on from those.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you have other questions? Okay. Counselor Tate, did you have a question?
Not so much question.
Can we go to
report.
questions first before comments? Is that okay? Or did you want?
I just wanted to, it was the Alta report that was done, and it was done around, it was September 15, 2020. And that was the reference that I was making. So yeah, just wanted to.
Gotcha. And let's make sure to bring that into the conversation as well, for comments. I did have just a couple of questions. The first I wanted to ask about was in relation to the consideration around plants, native plants, as well as sustainable materials. Were there recommendations that you all had as a staff on those? And if not, is that something that you are looking to look to from other communities that have done parklets or these options?
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The latter, we would be looking towards other communities that have implemented sustainable regulations regarding sustainable materials, or at least encourage them in parklet designs.
Gotcha. Okay. And I did want to ask you, I did ask this via email because I had some residents ask this of me, but the options where there is outdoor dining in the public right of way, is the city responsible for incidences that happen, for example, on this, like on a public street, to perhaps pedestrians that are in that area? So in the case of Sue's Place, would the city be responsible if something were to happen to folks in that area?
Thank you again for that. I'm sure the city attorney can give you more eloquent advice than me, but the intent would be to set up an agreement with the holder of a permit for a parklet that would transfer the liability to the permit holder and not the city. But Mr. City Attorney Kasher can jump in and clarify.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. If we as the city are allowing a permitted use of those city right of ways, we would require that the private property owner who's using that site be responsible for any torts or any kind of trip and falls or any kind of dangerous conditions that might exist, or any liability that would arise out of their use of that space. So that would be included in the permit and any agreement that we would have with those entities.
Thank you. Does that mean that's included in the current TUPs as well? So those who have TUPs, is that transfer of insurance also covered by them currently?
I'll defer to Director Willen, but I don't believe there is those requirements in the TUPs that currently exist.
Okay. Yeah. Can you all confirm that just to?
We will confirm for you right now.
Okay, thank you. And then I am interested, I think I also am aligned with Mayor Pro Tem Thomas around the white tents that have kind of popped up. I know those were temporary. I also know that we were all, kind of moving, as swiftly and also as directly as we could during the time. But I am curious to know about signage and whether or not the conditions of approval that's often a part of around signage that are often a part of TUPs or other planning documents that we have, would those also be in alignment to the new regulations that we have on outdoor dining? So for example, if someone, was not permitted to have a neon sign in their business front, but they were like, would that alignment also be for the outdoor dining regulations as well?
So yes, so the short answer is that the council has the pleasure of drafting the regulations as you see fit. What I've seen in other jurisdictions typically is that no signage is allowed on parklets, and they're typically restricted from any signage. If the council would like to allow businesses to have signage, then we could make it clear in the regulations that the signage regulations defer to the sign ordinance, or there's a certain subset of sign regulations that apply to parklets. So you have a lot of flexibility in designing the standards.
Gotcha. And when you say signage, can you just clarify that vocabulary just so I'm sure? I've seen posters and flags as an example, which I like, but I also am wondering what we consider signage just for the record.
Sure. So I was referring to signage advertising a particular business. So for example, a restaurant or an eatery's name.
Thank you. Okay. And then just a last question in terms of process. So what I heard was the TUPs expire 60 days after our emergency declaration ended, but the zoning administrator has the authority to continue those TUPs. Is that correct?
I can go ahead and answer that. As part of the temporary use permits, I can't, once the emergency ordinance was suspended, then I don't have the authority to extend those TUPs. Those weren't set on our city ordinance. Those were special ordinance. So we're trying to give a time frame for when, if the council doesn't want to continue with this, that we give those people, approximately 60 days to take down their outdoor dining areas.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, what does that mean for the current businesses with TUPs today? What is their status in terms of being in code?
Currently, what we've done is we've told them that we are working. We've told the existing permit holders, temporary use permit holders, that we are working on potentially getting a new policy put in place. And if this policy is not to be put in place, then we will be working with them to get their temporary uses taken down. So we're kind of working with them, with a couple of the businesses. They know we're working on this, and so we're kind of looking at if we get staff direction to expire the TUPs, then we will begin enforcing the removal of them.
Okay. Is there a way for us to have shared use agreements if we move forward with an outdoor dining regulation? So for example, someone who is using their private outdoor area, or someone who wants to use the public right of way, is there a possibility for the city of Pinole in partnership, or if we move forward with outdoor dining regulations, for us to have an MOU or a shared use agreement for that space if the city wanted to host events there at no cost or at a minimal cost?
Yes.
That is possible. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, and then Mr. Mayor, to your question about the language and the temporary and the urgency ordinance, there is not a specific indemnity section or transferring liability. There is a section on use of the right of way and requiring the business owners to obtain an encroachment permit from the city and obtain and maintain appropriate insurance as required by the city. So I'm not sure if there's something in the encroachment agreement process that would handle the liability issue or not, and if Director Misha knows that offhand or not, or if City Attorney Casher does.
Thank you for clarifying. The Attorney Casher, did you want to?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the encroachment permit language and whether or not it has that in there or the ones that were issued for these particular facilities. So I couldn't comment on that right now.
And again, so I know some of these questions will come back to you in the next steps. I just wanted to ask. My last question is, we talked about private outdoor dining or outdoor areas. We talked about sidewalks. We talked about public right-of-ways. I'm curious to know about the top of buildings. I mean, there's some cities who have rooftop gardens and have dining on top of the building. Where and our like, what does our municipal code say about that? And also, what are the limitations? I know that's a little, I mean, outdoor, we're talking about outdoor dining. So now I'm thinking outdoor top of building dining because we talked about so much. What are our limitations in terms of addressing, that opportunity in this conversation?
I'll let Dave jump in here. Yeah, if a new restaurant wanted to put outdoor dining on a rooftop, what kind of process would that require per the current code?
It would require us to go through a design. We would do it through the design review process of the business, so that we would be able. So that's a portion of their build. It's on a portion of their building. So we would go through the design review process, similar to what we did, even though it wasn't on the top of the building. We did with the Safeway project. We included the CUP for the outdoor area for their as well. So we would include it as part of a bigger project. With some of the apartment complexes, they do have rooftop activities where they have a barbecue, where people can, but those are for the residents of the building, not necessarily for the public per se. But so we do incorporate that within the design reviews or the conditional use permits within those projects.
So in summary, then we would require a use permit for the outdoor dining, even if it was on the top of a roof, and that's in our current.
Okay. And then what has been the educational process around these things? I mean, I know that the parklet idea, I'm sure it was an idea before the pandemic, but it felt like once we saw one parklet in one city, maybe in San Francisco, all of our cities kind of moved in that direction. I'm wondering how our city has really educated small businesses especially in downtown Pinole around their options. How was that created through our city?
Yeah, that's also a good question. Dave might have something to add here, but in my vision would be that would be a great opportunity when we reach out to businesses to make sure that they understand what the current processes are for outdoor dining in the city if they were interested, and see if there's a gap there between what the business anticipates needing or wanting in the future and what the city's regulations provide. But the short answer is I don't think that we have done that particular outreach and education to this point.
No, we haven't. I mean, the temporary use permits came in fast and furious. And so there wasn't a lot of time to really put all that together. And so I think this process would really give us the approach, like Director Whalen said, to talk to the businesses and see what their wants and needs are, and be able to hopefully assist them with that. So yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of education or that, but that's something that we would want to do and provide them with this process.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So we'll close out on council questions and go to public comment for this item. Are there any comments from the public, City Clerk Bell?
Actually, yes, I did receive a card. Oscar Soriano.
Good evening. It's not. Let's see. Try talking to it or talking into the.
Hello. All right. Cool. Good evening, council members. So there's like some things that I've kind of agree with but disagree. So I've seen that there were safety concerns with outdoor dining, well, especially during the pandemic. But I also see that well, first I just want to say on my opinion that I do believe that many of these businesses should have the right to outdoor dining, but on several several conditions for safety conditions. I just believe like you guys can like measure how big a table should be on the sidewalk, because the average size of a sidewalk width is 48 inches, which I do believe it is enough space to have for the public use and for people to have outdoor dining. I was just seeing that that should be something you guys can check, measuring the sidewalk and just to see how citizens are able to walk through and just have an enjoyment of a meal. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. So we'll close out public comment period for this item and we'll go back to council for deliberation. No one. I will. Do you
Yeah,
have a question, Counselor?
no, deliberation to me means commenting. Is that fine?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm thinking about what Councilmember Tate said, and in my words, the context of where outdoor dining would exist post pandemic, and the environment that would be created to revitalize or not, maybe impede the kind of pedestrian friendly areas that we would like. But that's only thinking about Old Town. So part of me is wondering about that as well, which really speaks to the lack of vision about how Old Town ought to be revitalized, which we haven't talked about. We've had patchwork of projects. So there's room for that coming up during our strategic planning. The other thing that occurs to me is the idea of looking at what could enhance a dining experience ought not to be limited to what exists in Contra Costa County. I can think of other cities in the state that have a street like San Pablo Avenue, high traffic corridor, where there is outdoor dining. So the question becomes, how do they do it? What is it that allows them to do it? Is it because they are in a business district, which is another avenue that we could pursue, it's not only about enhancing the outdoor dining experience, but other kinds of amenities that would make that area of Pinole more attractive and pedestrian friendly. But that requires the involvement of the businesses that are there, which has historically been a constraint. So I'm thinking about the necessity to go out and once staff have identified possible options that could be offered to businesses, whether they are seeking to extend outdoor dining at all seems to be a question. The light bulb came on with the comment about the liability, and perhaps that's added consideration for small businesses. So what are the options that they have? You brought up probably a shared agreement. So all these different options that exist, but discussing those with the people who might be interested, provided the city offers something tantalizing, something attractive. It might have even the list of 9 businesses that don't have outdoor dining now, or 6 of the 9 think differently, but they don't know how different. Perhaps they don't know. I'm guessing they don't know how different regulations might be now post pandemic. So what I'm taking away from this is that there's still the question of who is interested in what kind of outdoor dining. And is it really necessary? Is it neat? What's the purpose of it? Is it to help assist a small business that otherwise wouldn't have outdoor dining because its design wasn't initially approved for such? And given the pandemic conditions, they were moved to do that, to go outdoors. is it now so attractive to them that they would like to continue, which is an alternate path to their experience? Now they're offering two ways of dining, indoor and out, but they weren't designed as such. Do we have enough a variety of eating experiences in town at all? I mean, thinking about Old Town, I'm thinking of 17 different eateries that we have. Some of them have accommodate their clientele very well now. Then again, there's just room for more conversation, an assessment. It's a needs assessment. It's an interest assessment, which I think is what needs to happen first, before we even have staff consider, or maybe concurrently going and identifying what in other cities exist given comparable environmental conditions and the goals of sustainable environmental practices, and the goal of enhancing economic opportunities for small businesses, all of that. So there's a lot to think about, but I'm leaning toward, again, what Councilmember Tafe said, and my words here, not his words. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's almost like a patchwork attempt that we've got here, rather than the larger vision, and then maybe parklets or alternative to a parklet being an element of that larger revitalization process. So I'm sorry, I don't have a specific, just kind of rambled here, but there's a lot of thinking about this. But it's not to say that I wouldn't want to see, because we don't have in front of us, and I think the businesses don't have in front of them what could be available to them, what could be offered to them, or what regulations would need to be in place, given the role of the city to protect the public from safety and to consider its own liability. So I think opportunities for workshops here with the city, with the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tate?
I like, I mean, so I'm looking at the goals of that initial study, and it mentions enhancing Old Town Pinole's unique character as both a destination and a pedestrian experience. And the way that was worded was what kind of, jogged my memory to this report. So we did have an effort, or that the city council at that time did go down the road of what is the vision for our Old Town, consistent with the general plan, consistent with the specific plan. And I think, as I feel like we should give direction to staff to go back to this report, to approach our businesses with the parklet, because that's a new dimension to what we've been doing based on COVID. But I think it also speaks to, okay, well, how does Old Town morph into what we'd like to see it morph into? I know that's a huge undertaking, just looking at the goals. It's like that could be a full-time thing for a year, but I think we have a starting point, right? We do have a starting point. We have something that we can add to, and rather than have the patchwork of, okay, we need to deal with this element now, or the cyclist tomorrow, or the bulb outs, they like we've gone through about 5 different items that like Councilmember Martinez Rubin was saying, it's been a patchwork, right? And it's whatever hits us at that time. But I think we have to take a step back and look at this as a whole. And if we do that, we could start maybe creating that district, or looking for finance options, trying to find ways to make that vision come together. But I think it starts with the hardscapes, right? The bulb outs, the lighting, the wayfinding, and then really just start morphing this into what we'd like to see. I'm looking at one picture that they showed, and we talked about this on San Pablo. The sidewalk isn't big enough for you to have a 3-foot table. I'm sure there's restaurants that would be interested in entertaining that, but during COVID, they knew that they weren't going to get into San Pablo and have something going on there. I think East Bay Coffee also has that vacant lot, right? And there's a discussion, well, maybe that's something that can turn into just something I'm thinking like a beer garden or on the Pinole corner or something that can attract people to downtown and kind of go with the vision that we've been talking about. And with the specific plan, I mean, it's over 13 years, 14 years, maybe longer than that. I'm not sure we've had significant movement there. So I don't know. I think we've got to have those workshops. I think we have to have that contact and really start to understand not just where we are, but where we all collectively want to go. And we don't have to spend, a lot of money all at once. We can, at least start by taking all this patchwork and incorporating it into one report and build off of that report. I don't know, that's just kind of where I'm centering this, because I think I know my time on council, we've had these conversations, we've touched it here and there, but maybe it's working on something like that.
Counselor Tape, can you repeat the report you're referring to?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. So this report was, gotta zoom in. Old Town Pinole Parking and Pedestrian Safety Study. The date was. Yeah, they gave recommendations and things like that. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay, here we go. March 2020 was when the report.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the memo was at September 15th, 2020 was item 10A on that agenda. So we had, I remember the discussion. It was a late night one, kind of like this one. But the city contracted with Alta Design Group on August 19th, 2019. Which is right before
That's what, yeah.
we went into
The
the
report
pandemic.
was March 2020.
In August 2019?
We weren't in the pandemic.
No, we were just going into it, and then
But you said it was commissioned on March 2020.
that's when we got the report. So that's probably why
Sure.
the conversation just kind of, and we started focusing on other things.
So maybe,
Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
yeah, I was going to say, maybe that's the direction, is go back and take a look at that and see how we can fold the context of, parklets into that report. But bulb outs. I would state the obvious, though, that, the sidewalks along San Pablo Avenue anyway are not wide enough to have any sort of outdoor dining. I'm familiar with some areas that do have outdoor dining, but that's where the infrastructure was built, where you have 10-foot wide sidewalks, so you can accommodate that outdoor dining. And we just don't have that. We have an opportunity to provide that on the corner lot, depending on what gets developed there. And, so there's opportunities, when we build build on vacant lots. But on the existing conditions, it just doesn't exist. And, the San Pablo Avenue, we're already competing with parallel parking, the need for bike lanes or sharrows, and 2 lanes of traffic and high volumes of traffic. So I don't see that, parklets on San Pablo Avenue would be feasible. So, yeah, I think that might be the next best step, is to, revisit that report that Councilmember Tabe is referring to, and see how we might be able to fold in the discussion of parklets there. And in the meantime, also, find out from businesses, what they're willing to go in. Would some of the restaurants that have parklets on, for instance, Pear Street, would they be willing to build a more permanent outdoor dining area? Is that an investment they'd be interested in? And then also with the one that exists currently that's taking up, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 parking spaces to see, is that a long-term solution for them to, have permanent outdoor space in a shared parking lot?
To that point, I think some of those challenges I'm wondering around San Pablo Avenue, I'm wondering how, this goes back to other cities and what they're doing. Those aren't unique to Pinole, right? But Embryville and Berkeley, those are similar cities that have had that challenge around need for bike lanes or having bike lanes, and then the pedestrian safety, and then, you mentioned something.
Bike
Mayor
lanes,
Pro Tem.
sharrows.
Cheryl, yeah, exactly, yeah. And then also perhaps even the bulb outs, right, that we don't have currently, but the future of what that would look like. So I think there does seem to be some staff direction, but I do want to formalize it through motions. I know we're in deliberation, which I think is very important for us to continue. I also want to say that because we do have 2 businesses, it is in my personal interest to allow those businesses to continue in our deliberation beyond just this meeting. I think it would be helpful for them. They've obviously expressed an interest beyond some businesses saying they don't need it. So I think there is some validity to holding on for them until we have more of a permanent solution. And again, I think that would just help out those 2 businesses themselves. They have expressed interest in that. Other council members.
I was just gonna say, I agree with letting the 2 proceed until we resolve it on our end.
Pardon, which 2 are we talking about?
That'll be Tina's Place and Sue's Place, which have active TUPs right now.
Yeah.
Isn't there 4?
It's just 2. I thought it was 2.
Oh, Pear Street Bistro.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, but that one
That one's an
already has a
interesting-
process in which they can proceed with.
Yeah, my idea is all the TUPs we should hold
Yeah.
to. I think the 2 unique ones are,
And until we also have more clarity about the aesthetics and the safety standards, because even those 2 are quite different in terms of appearance. And yes, they're not necessarily what we would like to see. Perhaps it's an incentive to us to hurry up and figure this out, because I don't think we'd like to see them as they are now. So, yeah.
So I heard a couple things that I just want to reiterate, and I think it would be in our best interest to have a formal motion on them. The first is I heard a needs assessment or a directive to staff around a needs assessment. I think we should identify what are the questions we want answered in that, and also, of course, make a formal motion to direct staff on what that process may look like, even if that's them creating that process. I did hear from Councilmember Tave around a study and staff reviewing a study and perhaps giving us recommendations from that study. If we need more clarity or if there's additional clarity you want to add to that, I think you should. And then I kind of heard an overarching idea, but I don't know if I actually heard it the right way, which was this kind of idea around what I heard was a master plan around downtown revitalization, but it was in different ways. So I know that's, again, I heard that. That doesn't mean that was an actual motion council members want to make, but I did hear that from different council members. So those are the 3 things I wrote down. If there are other ideas, of course, please make your motion. So I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
I was just going to say, we have the specific plan. I haven't opened it up in about a year, but I think that there's implementation measures already in the plan. So I don't think we need to give staff direction to, go start doing a master plan when we already have a plan that might have some good ideas. And then taking a look at the report that Councilmember Tave referred to would be useful.
Councilor Tave?
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of us kind of rolling back the clock to August of 2019 and starting this conversation, given what we've learned to now through COVID, and try to incorporate some of that into this study. I think we were looking to contract to this company prior to COVID. And as Director Whalen mentioned, there was a memo to come out to kind of explain that. But I think we should roll back to that point with everything we've learned, update that, and then try to move forward with improvements. Like, we know the bulb outs was one thing that on tenant, we were, you know, we have that in the capital plan, we're ready to start working on moving forward with that. That's part of that would weave right into this along with the parklets. I think what came out of this back then was the tree lighting for downtown, actually turned that back on, right? Back then, and then, but that's where we kind of stopped right there. Like, that's all we could really do. So, that's the only thing I would say is that we should be looking at this big picture with a larger conversation with the community and our business owners first.
Okay, can we formalize that through motion?
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Okay, so,
and we can come back.
Yeah.
Councilor Martinez. Okay, of course, Councilor Martinez Rubin and then Councilor Sasai.
We're entertaining motions. What is it?
I think Anthony, Councilmember Tabe was going to make this a motion, and I thought you had a question or comment, or, okay. And then Councilor Sasai?
Right, there's a lot of competing, I think, initiatives that we're juggling through talking out this process. I concur with all of it, even like the revitalization master plan potentially that we could explore. One thing I do want to bring into discussion though is, and I think you mentioned Mayor Murphy, was up to when can we extend these TUPs that are active right now? And my initial thought is extending it through the process of the community engagement. And then up until I think the council makes a determination in terms of should we go ahead with a permanent parklet program. So I do want to make a motion on when to extend the active TUPs, and I could go to you all for sort of suggestions onto when you think is an appropriate deadline for that.
So there is a web of questions that staff have, so it's okay for us to have several different motions. Hopefully they don't compete with each other. That would be ideal for staff, but it is okay for us to have multiple. So I'll go back to Councilmember Tabe for your motion, and then Councilor Sasai, if you want to prepare a motion that will be entertained after, if there is a second.
Can we go to Councilmember Sasai? That way we could just motion to make sure that our business, the three businesses are they don't have to worry about getting anything torn down. We could just move it.
Sure.
I don't want to say indefinitely or until such time council develops standards.
Okay.
Or say 6 months. Is that appropriate?
Well, we'll go to Councilor Sasai to make a motion, and then if there's a second, we'll
be visiting.
Yep.
Great. I'll make a motion to extend the active TUPs until end of year.
End of year.
End of year.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second to
I'll
that?
second.
All right, Councilor Tabe. Any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tabe.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Any other motions? Councilor Tabe.
So I'd like to make a motion to have staff to go back to the Alta Solutions report, or direct staff to return with a specific proposal, looping in, or at least going back to this, reviewing it, and coming back with suggestions regarding this report and moving forward, including parklets, bulb outs, wayfinding, and the goals, the other goals that were outlined in this report.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Any questions on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tabe.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Other motions or discussion? All right.
I don't want to see more.
I was just gonna say, I am interested in, and I don't know if this was taken away from that last study, But I am interested in just at least exploring the idea of rooftop gardens and how businesses can benefit from that. I know what I heard was there's no formal process in our current municipal code, but just as an exploration of needs assessment, is there a way to incorporate that into the process, Director Whalen, that you see?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to actually ask if the council would like to direct staff to do that business outreach. And during that outreach, we can incorporate a conversation about rooftop gardens with business owners and then also do some independent research.
I'll move that we direct staff to do some outreach with the goal of finding out if there's interest in doing permanent parklets or outdoor eating facilities.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second. I'd like to, a second.
All right. Is there an amendment to that?
I wanted to, not only interest, but I don't want to think that it's a given. I don't want to assume that staff have not thought about this, but it sounds to me like we have to be really explicit. So, and also to identify what constraints exist among businesses that would keep them from having outdoor dining, which may or may not be what we know now.
I'll amend my motion to include that.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, would that mean all businesses with business licenses would receive that survey or interest form? Is that how that outreach would go? Any business with a Pinole business license? Director Whalen?
Any business with a business license that has some sort of component of food service is what I would recommend.
Okay. All right. Counselor Sasai, question?
And then one also suggestion to that motion is maybe to dial it down to entities with the business license in Pinole with a food component that also have storefronts.
I think that's all of them. Not deliveries.
Are there some food businesses in Pinole that may just have food preparation, right? And not a storefront, right?
I think that's just
think there's
clarity
some.
for Director Whalen.
Yeah, for dining, that
Yeah.
has dining.
Director Whalen, did you get that? Just to make sure there's some like deafening of intent behind motions right now, so it's okay. But I just want to make sure you get that for the staff direction.
I understood that was a direction to reach out to businesses with business licenses that have a component of food service that also have storefronts in town.
Perfect.
Or dining.
Or dining.
Or dining.
Or dining.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions on the motion?
I actually have one, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Does the motion also include the rooftop component? I didn't hear that as part of it. I might have missed it. Or was it strictly for, I heard with the goal to find out about interest for permanent outdoor dining?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, that can encompass,
That part as well.
but that's going to be a matter of, somebody improving their facilities to make sure that, it can be safely done.
Just wanted to clarify for
Yeah.
staff. Thank you so much.
All right, City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other motion? Discussion? Questions from staff on any of the motions? All right, thank you so much, Director Whalen, for both your presentations tonight, and we look forward to the next steps here. Also, thank you to our Planning Commission for giving us so many ideas before it came to us. All right, great. So we'll move on to item number 12B, which is options to celebrate Pride in 2023. This is a report also to provide direction. And this evening we have Director Rogers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Jeremy Rogers, and I'm your Community Services Director. And I'm here to talk about all things Pride. Next slide, please. Let's celebrate. In June of this year, Pinole turns 120 years old. So we're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate Juneteenth in June. We're also going to celebrate LGBTQ month
or Pride Month in June. Next slide, please. For LGBTQ Pride Month, the City Council will issue a proclamation supporting Pride Month, June 2023. City Hall will also fly the Pride flag over in front on the flagpole. Next slide, please. Pinole turns 120 years old. That's quite the accomplishment. City Council will issue a proclamation as well as a proclamation for the 200-year anniversary of the land grant for the land of which we stand on. You guys are more than welcome at that City Council meeting to sing happy birthday to the city. I encourage it. We'll also do a proclamation recognizing Juneteenth and celebrate that wonderful accomplishment. Next slide. Then we're going to cap it off with a special event, kind of like we saw a couple weekends ago with the extravaganza as well as National Night Out. It'll be Sunday, June 11th, 2023 at Fernandez Park from noon to 5. Next slide. At this special event, we'll have a concert. It'll be in conjunction with our Concert in the Park series. We'll have food trucks, games, vendors, and much more. We're still in the planning, but it's going to be a great event. Next slide, please. This event, the whole celebration will cost less than $8,000, and it will come from the Community Services Special Event budget that you guys approved last year. Staffing will be about $3,000 from both the police department as well as Public Works. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
All right, Director Rogers, thank you. Short, sweet, and simple. Appreciate it. We are going to council questions. Any questions from council? Councilor Tave?
What kind of outreach do we do for local businesses and to try to help fundraise for this event? Is there any way that the staff goes about trying to, I guess, make the event budget a little bit bigger? Get grants, sponsorships, that type of stuff.
For this, we will use, we had not planned on that, on doing any fundraising. We will just use, we have an ample amount in our special events fund. And so we want to make it, use that money to put on a grand celebration.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, just a question about, do you see having different organizations have, pop-ups and tables and information there?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to invite anybody and everybody. We're really looking forward to it. The police department has many connections through National Night Out. We're going to reach out to as many organizations as we possibly can.
And just a bit of history. In Pinole, we used to have a festival called Fiesta del Pinole. It was a weekend event, and I was actually talking to somebody about that this morning, and she kind of likened it. Oh, it sounds like you might want to bring back Fiesta del Pinole.
That may or may not have been the intent.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Any other questions, Mayor, Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No, I think we'll have a comments portion, so for a comment.
All right.
Comment, thank you.
Any questions, Councilor Sasai?
No questions, a comment.
All right.
No questions.
All right, so we'll go to public comment. City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone. Do we have any public comments?
No, there are no public comments.
All right, seeing none, we'll go back to council for comments. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Okay, thank you. So June is the calendar month to really highlight in all different ways. I'd like to encourage you to, given the history, recognition of history and the proclamations associated with Pinole's history, that the city partner with the Pinole Historical Society. As a board member, I can tell you that we'd be pleased to offer something so that there is that element in the celebration as well. I think you already have by identifying the land grant as one element of Pinole, but as well related to the comment that Councilmember Toms had, there is a history of, oh my goodness, I'm blocking. Aside from Fiesta del Pinole, there was something else, another cultural kind of celebration.
Portuguese festival.
Thank you. Yes, Festa, that's right. So we have a Portuguese component to the Pinole community. And although in Pinole, there is not an established group, there is in neighboring cities, very active. And members, community members of Pinole participate in that cultural group, even having some of the foods, I want to say the snacks that were offered during those kinds of events decades ago would also contribute to bringing back that historical element in Pinole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Desai?
Yes, thank you, Director Rogers, for the presentation. Short and sweet. That's how, this is very refreshing. I believe this item was requested in my first council meeting in December. Am I correct in that? It was around
I don't remember the timeline, but maybe, probably so.
When I did hear about it, I believe the way I took it in terms of the intent was along the lines of LGBTQ IA plus pride. And I do appreciate you bringing up also, celebrating civic pride, Juneteenth, and then also acknowledging that our city is turning 120 years old. It's huge. But I believe the intent and the focus of this festival and these events, or this event, should be really focused on LGBT pride. And I think including these other events in this celebration would almost be the equivalent of, when we were talking about the July 4th fireworks show, that would be the equivalent of also adding in 2 or 3 other notable celebrations or just events throughout the month that happen to fall into July. So yeah, I just think the focus of this celebration shouldn't really be around LGBTQ pride. And that's my input.
Any other comments?
And I'm not opposed to, celebrating Juneteenth or the 120th birthday of Pinole or bringing back Fiesta del Pinole. But I think that's a conversation that I believe should be had on a separate occasion.
Yeah, I think I can speak to that because Director Rogers has been so open about the process to get to this point. Is originally when I did recommend this idea of this event, it was intentional to be for LGBT pride. The excitement in some ways did come from this kind of, this connection to other activities or celebrations in June, including Juneteenth, and by chance, just our 120th anniversary, which is really an exciting model. I would be interested in how do we be, how perhaps like in next steps and planning, how can we be a little bit intentional about the LGBT pride celebration? Given that next year it won't be, a big 120th, it'll be 121, and we should celebrate every year, Pinole. But again, the numbers, 120, I guess the next time we celebrate is 125. I don't really know how folks make those decisions, but the number is I think less important than really the feel and the spirit, right? And the intentionality behind what we celebrate. And so perhaps even reaching out to maybe the Rainbow Community Center of Contra Costa, which could be a great ally and partner in integration. LGBT people are Pinoleans, right? And there is some intersection around some of these celebrations, but I appreciate Council Member Desai for your intent there and mentioning this. I am interested. One question I had was regarding concerts in the park. I thought concerts in the park were on Fridays.
They are.
Okay.
And we talked with our promoter and we would be, this concert would we would have more than one act, there'd be 2 or 3 different performers.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just a little confused because I saw Sunday and I'm thinking, okay. So basically we're adding a concert or moving
We'd move that concert that was supposed to be on Friday, we'd move it to Sunday.
this Sunday. Got it. Okay. I think that's a wonderful idea. I was just curious. And then I'm assuming that said Fernandez Park. Is there any, I saw most of the pictures were in the actual park area near the playground.
Mhm.
I know that the extravaganza included kind of the seeing how many kids come out. We kind of changed that around. Now I think the smaller kids were in the Fernandez Park closer to the playground area and the bigger kids went into the baseball field. Will there be part of the program in that area in the baseball field, or have you considered how much of the park will be utilized that day?
I would love to make this event so big that we have to use the baseball field.
Okay, gotcha. I just didn't know, what I was asking was, is there a scheme to the event of what it looks like, or?
No, we have not gotten that far in the planning process, but we do anticipate to use part of the baseball field.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Yeah, just given the comments that I just heard, I just want to find out, just get an idea of how would we couch this event? Would it be Pride, or would it be a combination of the different aspects? I wouldn't, I think the history piece is really important. The Pride piece is very important. I'd be concerned if one kind of outshone the other, or do we think that, because I did hear a comment that maybe it should be limited. And I just want to get an idea of, are we leaning towards that, or can we do it all and include the entire community on all of these different things that we would be celebrating?
Counselor Taven.
So I think we have a lot to celebrate. That's a good thing. That's a great problem to have, right? But I think what we're saying is, I mean, I really like these events, and I think what we're trying to say is that let's give them all the attention. It's $11,000, right? I think that was the budget.
Right.
Not counting the food trucks, and I think we can set that as the baseline for each of these events. I would love to have a Portuguese food day, right? Or event that was in the park that we can, celebrate history and go through a lot of those exhibits that might be, out there for us. I mean, it's $11,000. I mean, I think that something like that could probably happen in the summer. Doesn't have to necessarily be combined with one event. Because then I think what happens is the programming starts to turn into, well, there's this, and this. You can't really tell what, or focus on what you're celebrating. I think that there's a lot of opportunity for our community to get involved and to contribute and to turn these events into those festivals with the rides and the kid. I mean, like I'm thinking about St. Joseph's event and how much everybody gravitated towards it just by driving by and go, oh wow, I didn't know that was going on. I think that there's a lot that could happen. Let's see, April, May, June. I mean, it's pretty tight timeline, but I just don't want to keep combining events until they're all booths and you're not really getting the full experience. Yeah, I mean, I think these, just us talking about, I'm thinking of what can happen. And with a little bit more timeline, we can make these events larger and larger. So I'm seeing something that kind of ramps up. I think National Night Out was huge. I mean, there was a ton of people there. Couldn't walk around. I mean, it was hard to walk around through these paths. I mean, these events are getting bigger and bigger, which requires more and more programming to keep people there. So I think we shouldn't try to combine, but I do like the ideas. I think that they need to be a little bit thought out and put together and have an actual huge event so that we can invite other communities to these events and share in that exchange of history or that exchange of culture that we're looking for.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, and we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
You know, we're proud about the diversity in this town. We highlight that time and time again. I say there's room for, as staff has outlined, for all these different celebrations. They're not all happening on the same day. There are events for, Juneteenth, June 19th, right? The recognition and celebration of a grant and the 120th anniversary. I mean, that's like a theme throughout the year. It's the beginning of recognizing that could be at this event, but really it could extend beyond because this is the year for that. When I mentioned calling in, or when I mentioned Festa and the Portuguese community, that was an expression of the enthusiasm I think that Director Rogers has brought to us about the possibility, as outlined by staff. He sees that it's possible to have this big event with a little bit of everything. I don't think it dilutes anyone. We wouldn't dilute anyone because just those that have been outlined, never mind the Festa, that could be for next year, right? But these that are the recommendations seem to be doable. They wouldn't dilute anyone. We wouldn't highlight one more than the other. The idea is to highlight all of them as recognized by staff and also because some in particular pertain to this year, 2023. Yeah. It so happens that it's the month of June that seems to be fitting for the others as well, because they are celebrated elsewhere, LGBTQ, not elsewhere, but because they've come to be identified with the month of June. But yes, I think we can do, the staff has recommended a little bit of this. My enthusiasm about mentioning was perhaps premature, but it can be as this grows. But I say, let's go with what has been offered here, the recommendations that staff has made. Yeah. It's a pride about the city. We're doing that. And there are different reasons to be proud.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
I was gonna also say that given that this is just 3 months away, this would be the first year of doing it, that this might be the way to start, do our baseline is, these celebrating these different events. And, I see that, 2024, it's going to grow. It's going to, they might grow into separate events or not. But I think we can get more focused when we have more time to, plan them. And we've had, 1 year under our belt.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to add an important date that is in June that is in line with this, which is June 29th, 1903. That is the date that Pinole was incorporated. And so that is, I know this year we're celebrating, but that specific date is in June too. So it's a lot to celebrate. I don't see any staff direction or motions. I'm just want to make sure if there are folks who want to.
Okay, if I may.
Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to that. Okay. I move that the council approve and support the recommendations for the celebrations during the month of June as presented in the staff report.
All right, was there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions about this motion?
So this would be scheduling these events separately, right?
No, together.
On June 11th.
June 11th.
This year.
Noon to 5. And I will tell the reason that we picked that date. Normally a special event is either a Friday or Saturday. Fernandez Park is reserved on Saturday. So somebody already has it, we don't want to push them out. We want to work together with them. And so that's why we picked Sunday, June 11th. And then we also did some research. There's a lot of pride celebrations throughout the Bay Area, and there's not really that I could find we wouldn't be competing with other pride celebrations.
And just to clarify, perhaps just in case this was missed, is there are several times that we are celebrating pieces of this. So we will have a proclamation for several of these events, including Juneteenth for LGBT Pride Month. Those are 2 proclamations we have on deck. We likely will have, if we don't already have, a land grant as well as a 120th anniversary proclamation, which I'm getting from our city clerk team department, that those are on the proclamation list. But in addition to those council celebrations, this is one event. If we can go to the slide where it says the date, time, and location. Thank you. That is the special event that is staff's direction or staff's recommendation. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I just have a question. Can we split these up? Like, can we have them on 3 Sundays? I'm
That's a
asking.
lot of work in just 3 months.
Yes, the car show is the last weekend.
Have you explored Friday evenings for dates?
We have that we picked the Sunday, so it would be a longer event, especially with the 2 concerts.
Councilmember Tate, did you have any?
Yeah, no, I know what it's like when you overprogram. It's like you go to that wedding that has so much going on. You're trying to focus on, okay, well, did I even get a picture of me with the groom or bride, or you know what I mean? Like, and I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, there's just a lot of programming all in one event. And I want to be able to focus the community on these 3 topics or these 3 events. I feel like that's to me what, 200-year anniversary. How is that going to be programmed into this? Is it going to be a booth that you may walk by?
Well, sorry.
No, I mean, I'm asking, what does that include?
Director Rogers, do you have a answer to that, or perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. The way I visualize that, and also with Juneteenth is having, I would love to partner with the Pinole Historical Society and have them have a booth there and telling information. I'd love to partner with the library. They have storytellers to do a storytelling around Juneteenth or something to do with the land grant, things like that. There's several different options that we can go to highlight those accomplishments.
And we can.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So to clarify, throughout the month of June, there are opportunities to celebrate any of these. I think we're getting tripped up on this one special event. It's just a big celebration, but the different elements that we're seeing about the particular reasons for celebrating, history, LGBTQ, Juneteenth, those can be weaved throughout the month. And yes, as Mayor Murphy pointed out, there are specific activities already planned for those, such as the proclamations, et cetera. So yes, I want to say, let's not be tripped up by the fact that there's this one special event. There's like this big event. People love to see different activities going on at a festival-like environment. That is not the only event where any of these other content areas, if you will, are going to be observed. Am I thinking along the lines that you have thought of?
Spot on. Yes, that's
Thank you.
exactly.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, and then we'll go to Councilor Sasai.
I was just going to ask if we have the ability to program like some storytelling or something in the youth center as well to expand where displays might take place and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, absolutely. And we also have the patio they're connected to the youth center. We'd like to utilize that more. So I anticipate that being utilized for this event.
Counselor Sasai?
Right, and I think one thing that Director Rogers had mentioned is that, anything's possible. You'd love to expand it so that it overflows into the baseball field, right? But I really do think that, combining all these events with how big each one is would dilute the focus, right? It's like if you're having a wedding and then your friend proposes. You feel me? Like that's sort of what it's like. And once again, I'm not opposed to, having several of these events. I feel like each is so important that it's worth celebrating and focusing on each one. And so, and I think pride to the LGBTQ community, it means something completely different, has so much more weight than, civic pride and just different for Juneteenth. I think, when you talk about pride in the LGBTQ community, you think about their personal experiences, right? This is a group that has been marginalized for, forever, right? And so their personal experiences in terms of the courage it took to come out, right? The hate crimes that some of these folks have to endure and still endure. I think that once again, each of these events are worth celebrating and focusing on separately. And the more events, the better. I understand that the planning may be tough. But if we want to pursue Fiesta del Pinole or any of these different events, I'm happy to pursue that with you all. But I really do think that the LGBTQ month or pride should be focused on, at least in the boundaries of this discussion.
All right, I think we did have a motion in a second. Is that right, City Clerk Bill?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, do we have that? Okay, we have that motion second. Okay. And that's okay for us to have multiple motions, just so folks know. I just want to make sure we did have one on the table. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, did you have a comment?
I was just kind of thinking about if you were to split events, that is a heavy lift for staff. It's a heavy lift within a very short amount of time. So it's likely that some of these are not going to be, if you split them, it's likely that some of them would not occur this year. If you split them, would you also split the budget, and could you do something, with a third of that budget or a half of that budget? Some of it going to Juneteenth, some to LGBTQ Pride, and some to the 120th birthday and the 200th anniversary of the land grant. So I think combining these into one for this very first year with the budget, that gets us, it gets the entire community out, not just portions of the community. And we have a lot of different sections of the park. You have the bandstand, the youth center, where you could focus on different things. But I think if you end up splitting the budget and splitting, the dates in which you celebrate, you're not going to get as good of an event. And for the first year, I think it's okay to combine them, but we can be more intentional going forward.
Any other questions or questions about the motions or deliberation about the motion?
Is calling the question.
You can call the question. Yep,
I'm
I was
calling
going
the
to go to
question.
City Clerk Bill
Thank you.
anyway.
Yeah. And just to clarify, the motion is to approve the staff recommendation as is, correct? Correct. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
No.
Councilmember Sasai.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Do we have any other motions on the table that folks would like to make? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Director Rogers.
Thank
Thank you. Do you have any final words or?
I look forward to seeing everybody there. It's going to be a
Awesome.
fun event.
Awesome. And then Director Rogers, are we going to get a report back around next steps? I know we had a couple questions around like programming. There was a couple ideas that folks had. Is there another opportunity to have a presentation by you before this? event?
Absolutely. And we will, we'll create marketing around this. We'll put a banner across San Pablo Avenue. So I will report back to the council with steps and maps and everything of what exactly the event will consist of.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is item 13, citizens to be heard. This is our second portion of citizens to be heard for this evening. So City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one commenter who did not comment before on citizens to be heard. Telephone number, caller with telephone number, last four numbers 5748.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, this is Anthony. Pinole, longtime resident. I just wanted to, excuse me, backtrack a minute, with the question I had on National Pet Day with regard to the status of the, old animal shelter and kennel over there on San Pablo Avenue. It is part of our city. It is a business. And you have them, the people in the attendance there, like the planning manager, Hannum, and Director Whalen, and so on, that might shed light on that. But, you know, to just continue to blow off the public when they take their time and energy as a steward of our community to build engagement and public participation, etc. You need to step back and you know, take a breath or two rather than going on and on and on and cutting people off and not letting them address the issues, or for that matter, not having you address any of the issues, Mayor Murphy and the City Council. I'll remind you that the public is entitled for some type of communication back from you from one time or another with regard to public comment, to direct the staff and or investigate and or schedule the matter for certain public comments for future meetings. But it seems like almost every time people call in, you just want to cut them off at 2 minutes and 59 seconds or 3 minutes and move on to the next agenda or the next public commenter. And it's not like you have a lot of people standing in line to comment. And then you can ask yourself why, because if they hear what happens to me and other members of the public, they'll say, why do I want to call in or address these issues? Okay. So that being said, I'd like an answer or response to that with regard to the property at the animal shelter, and not to beat a dead horse, so to speak. Several items have been brought up and discussed at the TAPS meeting and previous meetings over the last 6 to 12 months with regard to traffic safety for the public, and that is specifically striping of the streets that are all faded, crosswalks that are all faded, speed bumps that are all faded completely on Sarah and Shade Drive, and things along that matter, and to paint the faded bull note.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. I know we provided a report in the past around the animal shelter. Assistant City Manager Winecoop, in our next city manager's report, can you note to give for the city manager to give an update about what's happening there? There has been progress, and we gave a report back about a year ago, but if you can have the city manager give that the next meeting, thank you.
Absolutely. I have it in my notes already.
Thank you. All right, well, that brings us to our last item on the agenda, which is our adjournment. We are now ready to adjourn. And this evening we are adjourning in memory of many greats. We're adjourning in memory of Amber Schwartz. We're adjourning in memory of Pinole resident, activist and phenomenal woman, Joni Shattuck. And we're also adjourning this evening in memory of a true legend, workers' rights advocate, an activist, and social justice warrior, Cesar Chavez. Thank you. I'll adjourn this meeting to the regular city council meeting of April 18th, 2023, in remembrance of those three phenomenal individuals. Thank you and have a good night.